Supremacy Games. Chapter 251 to 275. Chapter 251, The Etching Process. Alas, the J. Ramongandra didn't care about his plans as he chuckled, "Your 1% human bloodline can't even handle having one ability etched in it without Asna's continuous oppression, don't even mention adding two." The moment Felix heard so, he couldn't help but sweat heavily from his forehead at the previous plan that he had, which was etching poison immunity and poison manipulation in his 1% human bloodline. Poison immunity was a must ability for Felix, as without it, he would be the first to get affected negatively by his own abilities. It wasn't just him who was required to do it, but every bloodliner with a destructive element, such as ice, fire, magma, lightning, etc. As for those with elements like a plant, water, and such, they didn't need to, as their elements were soft and gentle. This meant, Noah and Adam didn't have any other alternative than keeping those resistances in order to carry on treading their bloodline path smoother. After all, if they unlocked an ability that includes being inside of it without a single resistance, the sight wouldn't look pretty. Thankfully, after they etched the resistance, it would be theirs, which meant they could totally upgrade its rank from low, intermediate, advanced to even getting a complete immunity. Though they wouldn't be able to make it that far as to upgrade a resistance, a bloodliner was required to expose himself to the vicious side of their element continuously. Since Noah was an ice elementalist, he would need to expose his body to a freezing degree until even with his resistance he would feel the cold. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number_51695000374801506 for visiting. Felix wasn't required to do any of this, as he straightaway unlocked poison immunity, and with it, he would be able to use poison manipulation to its maximum potential. But now, he realized that his thinking was too shallow. Asna told him that with her being merged with him, he wouldn't be stopped at just 6 abilities etched in his 1% human bloodline like the rest. In fact, she told him that he could etch 9 abilities. This also meant that Felix could potentially etch 2 abilities at once instead of 1. But that information was given when Asna was considering that Felix was going to use Tier 7 bloodlines or below, not the primogenitor bloodline. This signified that his original plan was bound to fail no matter what. As even if J. Ramongandra's poison manipulation was considered as an ability and Felix unlocked it at 99%, he wasn't going to be able to edge it. After all, there was no way that he could give up on poison immunity. At this point in time, Felix couldn't help but thank his lucky stars that Asna's information was crap about the J. Ramongandra's poison manipulation being an ability. As of now, he believed that he could give up on etching the peak active ability and etch only poison immunity in his 1% bloodline. However, after J. Ramongandra's heard his thoughts, he couldn't help but facepalm at his retardation. "Child, is it just me or you are getting stupid by the second? Cough, did I say something wrong?" Felix's sheepish smile stiffened mid-sentence as his delayed wit made him realize how moronic his thinking was before. "God damn it! I am the F***ing primogenitor of poison. How can my body not be immune to poison?" Felix slapped his cheek once to make himself never forget this again. "Do you see what I was dealing with for the past years?" Asna sighed. At least he figured it out by himself. The J. Ramongandras chuckled as he told Felix, "Those inscriptions in your body weren't just for decoration." Felix massaged his reddened cheek as he nodded his head in understanding. Well, Felix shouldn't really be blamed, as his mind was still fixated on his bloodline system since he spent a couple of decades using it only. Now that he was practicing another system, and also a vague one, he was bound to forget or confuse some matters. That being said, he quickly switched gears and grinned in excitement as now he was able to etch his peak active ability again. "All right. Are you certain about your choice?" the J. Ramongandra asked. "The moment the process ends, I won't be able to remove it, as it will be ingrained in your own being permanently." "Yes." Felix nodded in a firm manner. He already considered deeply each ability's strengths and weaknesses before making his decision. For super strength, he was bothered about losing it since it was literally his backbone in the fights. Without it, a single projectile from a higher-leveled bloodliners would mess up with Felix pretty badly. That's due to his body defenses being as terrible as his integration level. But Felix could only give up on it and wish dearly that in the first passives of the Sphinx that he would get another defensive ability. As for poisonous aura, poison bombs, poison pillars, poison absorption, and poison revitalization, Felix didn't care about losing them, as with poison manipulation he was bound to create them again or an even better version than them. Meanwhile, for ultra-infrared vision, he wouldn't lie and say that he wasn't butthurt about losing it. However, he got a new vision enhancement which might not be as useful as infrared vision, but it had its own advantages. Lastly, for the fourth active ability, Felix was actually torn whether to edge it or the peak ability. That's how good it was in his eyes. However, in the end, he chose the peak one due to its usefulness even in the future in comparison to the fourth active ability. That being said, Felix wasn't going to lose them all at once after the etching process begins or something like that. Felix would be losing them only after reaching each minor step and unlocking the new sand abilities. For example, after he integrates 5% and reaches 15%, super strength and poison immunity would be replaced with 2 new sand passives. This would keep going on in 30%, 45%, until 75%. As for 99% origin purity, Felix wasn't going to replace anything in it since the peak ability would already be etched in his 1% human bloodline. Just like this, a successful replacement stage would pass and open a path for the next stage. This process would keep repeating until he reached peak 6th stage of replacement. Upon seeing that Felix was ready, the J. Ramongandra snapped his finger casually and Felix winced in pain for a split second before he felt normal again. I am done. The J. Ramongandra lifted the card deck from the table and shuffled it again. He looked at Asna and said, "Be quick and ask what you want." "That's it." In utter disbelief, Felix opened his eyes widely after hearing the J. Ramongandra excusing him like this. He understood that the J. Ramongandra was going to have meticulous control of his bloodline just like Asna could manipulate her memories to her own will. However, he expected that at least the process would last for a minute when compared to the normal etching process that lasts for over 15 minutes to 20. Yet, it was evident that he was still underestimating the J. Ramongandra's capabilities. Damn, I wonder how others will feel if they knew about this. Felix smiled wryly as he stood up from his place. You see, the normal etching process that everyone experienced wasn't as instantaneous as this but quite troublesome and time-consuming. For a bloodliner to etch an ability in his 1% bloodline, he would need specific gadgets and help from an essence extractor since the process was related to genetics. That's right. A bloodliner does not just think about it and the ability will automatically etch itself in his human's bloodline. If the process was this simple, humans wouldn't have been stuck in the purification realm for at least 2 million years. They tried possibly everything to break through the bloodline shackles and not just replace the bloodline with another. That was done before and it provided nothing but a change of bloodline. There wasn't a clear or explosive increase in strength that would make the replacement realm be an actual realm. However, Mariana changed this by stepping out and inventing the etching process, which made the bloodliners keep the ability and also get an explosive enhancement corresponding to the bestial rank. If it wasn't for so, Mariana wouldn't have been glorified as a prodigy with monstrous intellect and respected from a generation after the other. Felix didn't know exactly the core of the theory that Mariana relied on at that point in time since that was related closely to genetics. But he knew that for a bloodliner to etch an ability, they would be required to purchase 6 genome specifier needles and contact a trustworthy essence extractor with a good reputation. After making the contact and creating a solid contract between them, the bloodliners proceed to use those needles for extracting the part of the genome sequence that was responsible for the ability's existence. The full genome sequence of the beast was referred to by all as the bloodline's essence. Those needles were called genome specifier for a reason, as they were invented by the human race to automatically draw those parts without the bloodliner needing to do anything. He just needed to buy 6 needles each correspondent to an ability. After those parts of genome sequences, where the abilities exist were drawn into the needles, the bloodliner would then send them to the essence extractor for a reading. The bloodliner would inform him about the ability that he was planning to etch in his 1% human bloodline. The extractor would then read those parts in each of those needles and see which one was responsible for the ability that the bloodliner had chosen. After so, the extractor would isolate that part of the genome sequence and place it in another highly advanced needle, which appeared like a gun. This needle was called the imprinter as it would be the one responsible for etching that said ability in the human's 1% bloodline. By then the extractor sends the imprinter needle and the 5 genome specifier needles back to the bloodliner. After the bloodliner received them, he would simply need to use the imprinter needle on his body and it would automatically etch the ability in his 1% human bloodline. This process lasts between 15 minutes to 20 minutes. After so, the bloodliner injects the essence back from the 5 needles, returning those abilities in their place. With this, the bloodliner would have finished the first etching process and obtaining the explosive enhancement of having the essence truly merged with him, unlike normal integration. Since the etching was permanent, this meant any mutation that was related to the etched ability would remain permanently as well. As it could be seen, the process wasn't efficient and instantaneous like having the owner of the bloodline taking care of it by himself. But humans did their best to make it less troublesome and problematic as possible than Mariana's original method. Improvements like inventing those needles, making the extractor occupation teachable to the masses instead of holding the knowledge, and creating foolproof standard contracts that could be used between bloodliner and extractor. After all, the extractor literally receives the extracted 6 abilities of that bloodliner in his hands, leaving the bloodliner defenseless like a commoner. If it wasn't for those contracts, which forbid the extractors from f***ing up the request like putting the wrong ability in the imprinter or screwing with the bloodline essence by mixing it with random genes and such, no one would have dared to give strangers such a power over them. However, with Queen's presence towering over everyone, those extractors didn't dare mess up the bloodliner's request. Since the moment they signed a contract concerning the life of another individual, the Queens would have the right to make a move on them based on their thoughts only. There would be no such a thing as free will anymore, as if the extractor thought about harming the bloodliner and planned on going for it, the Queen will hear it and see it. She would act based on the terms signed in the contract. If the punishment written was death, she wouldn't hesitate to explode the extractor's consciousness just like she was doing with the players in the SG platform. Thankfully, Felix didn't need to deal with any of this bullshit with the existence of Asna and the J. Ramongandr. Since one of them was possibly the best extractor in the universe and the other, well, it was his own bloodline. Hopefully, I received some good enhancements. Impatient, Felix closed his eyes, planning to head to the measurement center and test out his body and energies. Chapter 252, Testing the Enhancements. Inside the measurement center, Felix could be seen standing before a silver punching machine. The first test he was aiming for was his physical strength. He cracked his knuckles while concentrating on the red pad. Then he struck it with all of his strength, putting his entire weight on the punch. Boom! The sound of contact was loud all right, but the machine still didn't budge. It simply did its job and started calculating the force packed in that punch. Felix took a step back and lifted his head, glancing at the final result that was displaying a staggering 5,000 bf. Appalled and astonished, Felix kept staring back and forth between the number and his fist, having a bit of difficulty believing the behemoth strength that his body was possessing now. He knew that he had just received double the known enhancement, and a thrilled grin couldn't help but start to widen on his lips at the thought of receiving this enhancement after each replacement. He recognized that as long as he keeps using the primogenitor's bloodlines, he would always have double the strength of any bloodliner in his level, even the ones with super strength passive boost. With this, Felix could finally let go of his super strength passive without feeling shitty inside. Thank God, the primogenitors never fail to disappoint, as with this double boost, Felix would still have 3,100 bf even after he loses his super strength. Soon, Felix went to carry on with other physical tests, such as his kicking force, his movement speed, his weight, his body defenses against physical abilities and elemental abilities. After finishing those tests, he checked on his mental defenses and realized that he was finally capable of defending himself from mental abilities used by second-stage bloodliners. Unlike super strength passive, which affects only the body, the enhancement after the etching process affected literally everything about Felix. This resulted in him finally getting some protection on his mind. After spending 1 hour or two, testing multiple mental abilities on his mind from a first, second, and even third-stage bloodliners, Felix found out that his mind was almost immune to getting affected by first-stage bloodliners' mental abilities. As for second-stage bloodliners, he was utmost protected from lower-ends bloodliners, but those at the peak, he was getting affected pretty heavily. Meanwhile, for the third-stage bloodliners, Felix didn't manage to survive even the weakest mental ability sent in his direction. With those tests, he now had a clear understanding of strengths and limits. Now to energies. Felix wiped his sweaty forehead as he asked, "AI, please widen the room to its limits and place down a dummy every 100 meters away from me." "As you command." The measurement room started to expand akin to a cube, getting inflated but retaining its shape. The process didn't last for even 2 seconds before the white room was big enough Felix couldn't see its walls, even though his eyesight was enhanced immensely. "How big is the room now?" he asked. 25 square kilometer. The AI added, "If you want the room to be bigger, you need to pay additional fees." "No need, that's more than enough," Felix said while turning on his infrared vision. Although his eyes were no longer belonging to the Ramongenders, his passive wasn't affected in the slightest as he unlocked the ability, not received it with the mutation. However, after turning it on, Felix noticed a massive difference from before. Instead of seeing everything in black and white, his eyes were actually showing him color like he didn't even turn it on. But Felix knew that he had it on, as the red auras of the dummies were too hard to miss. However, Felix didn't show any signs of shock as he already anticipated this to happen. He knew that most of the passives overlay or even merge unless they were polar to each other. Felix's enhanced eyesight added with infrared vision was extremely in line. "This is truly 100 times better." Felix smiled in satisfaction as he always was bothered by the fact that he couldn't see colors when his infrared vision was on. Hopefully, the distance increased is good as well. Not wasting time, Felix turned on his infrared vision to the limit, making the silver dummies in front of him start showing red auras one by one until he was able to see 10 red auras in total. Since those dummies had 100 meters separating them from each other, this led Felix to conclude that his new infrared vision limit was a whopping 1 kilometer. Not bad. Quite satisfied by the result of his mental energy increase, Felix scratched his chin while lowering the distance gradually until his vision covered only 200 meters. The limit increasing to 1 kilometer was quite good, but Felix was more interested in knowing how well his mind would fare by having his infrared vision turned on in such a medium-sized area. He was planning to keep it turned on while continuing to do his other tests and practices in order to check if his head would start aching after a few hours or not. 2 hours later. Whoosh! Whoosh! Felix could be seen trying his best to swing the golden tail at the punching pad. Alas, he kept failing to make the bulgier end of the tail hit the pad. He always ends up either missing it completely or hitting with the middle of the tail. Again. Not giving up, Felix backed away 3 steps from the machine. He looked at his tail that was waving playfully and ordered it to stop. Unexpectedly, the tail did freeze stiffly. Too bad. Before Felix could smile, the tail started to subconsciously move on its own again. "You little shit!" Felix cursed with his eyebrows twitching in annoyance. His irritation was understandable as he spent the majority of those 2 hours trying to control the tail first before using it to strike the punching pad. In every attempt, he wasted at least 10 minutes until the tail finally stops moving. Thankfully, in this instance, he only tried 30 times in 7 minutes before the tail responded to his wishes. Not planning to waste this opportunity, Felix immediately used a tail-swinging technique that allows the user to dish out the biggest force in one single swing. Since he learned it when he was using the serpent tail, he was having difficulty getting familiar with positioning and the animation of the swing. Adding to the fact that his tail was acting like a rebellious teenager, the technique never worked for the past 2 hours. However, at this instant, Felix felt that he nailed his form for the first time in the past 2 hours. He couldn't help but glance with a tingle of anticipation at the bulgier end of the tail, rushing fiercely at the center of the punching pad. Boom! The thunderous sound produced from the contact was loud enough. Felix's ears were hit by a visible sound wave and made them ringing ceaselessly. Heck, Felix felt like he was hit with a sound ability as his ears were hearing nothing but the irritating ringing. Yet, he wasn't that bothered by them as his eyes were bulging out of their sockets in disbelief at the end result of his strike. 6,700 BF. Felix's brain turned into mush at the sight of such a monstrous force, that could be produced only by a punch from a 4th-stage bloodliner. He couldn't believe that his tail mutation was stronger than both his fists and feet. After all, his punch could at most dish out 5,000 BF while his leg during the tests was only able to dish out 5,700 BF at best. Now this is AF*ing mutation. Thrilled and overjoyed, Felix laughed out loud while holding his tail in his hands, feeling the bulgier end, which was as hard as a diamond. When he touched it before in the shower, he expected that it was going to be quite useful in fights. However, not in his wildest dreams, would he have considered that it would be the strongest part of his body. Now that he saw what it could do when it had its potential brought out by him, Felix removed any thought of ignoring this lethal weapon and decided to do extensive work on it. He understood that his tail from now on was going to be his main melee weapon. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, *51392605417699579 for visiting. If he didn't learn techniques and methods to utilize its strengths, he would genuinely be letting down the Sphinx. Realizing now that his tail was extremely strong and even steady, an idea abruptly took root in Felix's mind. Impatient, Felix let go of his tail and ordered it to remain on the ground. As always, the first attempts didn't work. Regardless, he kept trying and trying until the bulgier end of the tail was finally on the ground. Seeing so, Felix swiftly lifted both of his legs, making himself rely only on his tail to carry his weight. Unexpectedly, it actually worked like a charm. Heck, he didn't even feel pained or pressured by doing so, as the tail remained as steady as rock. However, Felix was still finding it quite difficult to keep his balance, especially when this was the first time he was attempting to do so. In order to get a better posture, Felix leaned back slightly while lifting his legs even higher. Thud! Alas, the moment he lost focus on his tail, it started to subconsciously move on its own again, making Felix lose his support and fall on his head. This might take a while, Felix said while rubbing his head. Sir Felix, the extra hour you added is about to end. The AI asked, should I add another? Felix thought about it for a second before shaking his head, no need, I am done. Chapter 253, Luby's Shop Transformation. There was no point in remaining in the measurement center anymore as the only test left was his energy capacity. Felix didn't need to test it as he already felt that his energy was almost half full after he finished replacement. This suggested that his capacity had actually doubled as well. Felix knew that this was a massive enhancement as the others rarely receive a 50% increase even after using a legendary bloodline. Since energy was always his Achilles heel, he was most glad by this enhancement. Back in real life, Felix was dialing Luby, wanting to check whether he had his money for the old 3 Serpents bottles or not. 15 days had passed since Luby received them, marking the end of the payment delay. If Luby didn't come through and paid him now, Felix wouldn't hesitate to enter a non-exclusive contract with other shops and send them those 4 sand bottles, which were still in his possession. Clunk! Greedy dog, where is my money? Felix asked calmly. Hee, brother Felix, come down to the shop. I want to show you something. Luby requested with a sly laugh. What is he up to? Felix wondered to himself in curiosity. Don't be alarmed when you reach my shop. Luby said one last time before hanging up. Oh? Interesting. Intrigued, Felix immediately laid down on the bed and requested the queen to log him in. Inside the UVR, Felix was walking in the maze-like alley with clear confusion clouding his face. He ought to feel like that as he met with 5 individuals walking past him in this alley only. After going to the next, he saw 3 more, walking and chatting with each other. Alas, he could only see their mouths moving and not hear a sound, as they must have blocked strangers from hearing the content of their conversation. What the hell is going on? Felix was quite befuddled, as this was the first time he saw so many people in those alleys, which they had nothing in them besides being a path to Luby's shop. The closer he got to Luby's shop, the more people he met with, which was a pretty obvious sign of where they were coming from. After a while, Felix reached the well-lighted alley that had the shop's brick wall. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number S shop transformation, _51414803402513497 for visiting. Unexpectedly, there was a long line to enter the shop. An unprecedented scene since the moment Felix was aware of Luby's shop. The hell did he do? Felix lined up properly while sizing up the people in front of him. Instead of asking Luby, Felix poked a bald man in front of him and asked politely, "Sir, may I know how did you find out about the shop?" Felix added after seeing that he was being glared at, 1000 SC. This shop was turned black last week. The bald man touched Felix's bracelet and carried on, the news about it is currently spreading like wildfire in the dark network. Plus, his legit products had even better quality than most shops. Thank you, Felix murmured the words in a daze, finding it hard to process the fact that Luby's shop had actually turned black. Meaning, he was now part of the black market. Felix understood that Luby's shop might be hidden from the public and even had a password for access. He was actually selling only legit products. Legit, in a sense, they were obtained with proper channels and were .u.ment. In other words, every potion, substance, item, and bloodline bottle in the shop were registered in the kingdom's database and could be traced back to Luby's shop in the real world. If it weren't for them being registered, the tax department of the kingdom wouldn't know how many coins Luby was making, and thus they wouldn't be able to tax his earnings from the UVR. As long as Luby was paying his taxes from the real world and UVR's sales, he would always be seen favorably by the kingdom. However, going black changes everything, as Luby's shop would be dealing with stolen goods from pirates, smuggled goods undetected by the customs enforcers, and every kind of illegal products. By joining this endeavor, Luby was putting himself at risk of being caught and thrown into jail, sentenced for possibly hundreds of years. It was effortless to catch him, as the moment Luby get linked to be dealing with illegal goods, he would be paid a visit to his shop in the real world. This made Felix conclude that Luby definitely gave up on his shop in the real universe and was currently on the run. Felix was certain that he had a tiny role in Luby's decision to join the black market. After all, there was no way for Luby to be capable of building an illegal network with pirates and smugglers in measly 15 days. Luby couldn't just contact a pirate crew and enter a contract with them like dealing with his customers. Felix knew that such a trust-related process requires years of effort to shape up into a reliable network, where the stolen goods could actually reach the buyer's hands without endangering anyone participating in the transaction. This meant Luby had already done most of the work to turn his shop into a black market. He was probably hesitating or worried about taking the final step and committing himself to the dark side. Felix knew that his harsh words from before were simply the tiny push that Luby needed to head in that direction. "Greedy dog, I am in front of the shop." Felix sighed as he requested, "Let me in." Immediately after, Luby's delighted voice resounded from the brick wall, Come inside, Brother Felix. Receiving his confirmation, Felix stepped forward, bypassing the grumbling crowd, who clearly didn't like this favorable treatment. Felix didn't care about them getting upset as it was Luby's problem to fix. Ladies and gentlemen, please do forgive me, but he is one of my business partners, Luby explained himself politely. The rising tension was cooled down after hearing him mention business partners. They understood that it was only logical for Felix to have a priority over them. Thus, they weren't bothered anymore about him skipping the line. After Felix entered through the brick wall, his eyes couldn't help but widen in shock at the packed full shop with customers spread all over the place while accompanied by one little elf to assist them. Some of them were standing before the shelves, which were quite empty compared to the earlier days, while some were sitting in chairs in front of a hologram that was displaying a peculiar-looking potion. They weren't just looking at it but raising the bid on it silently by using the queen. By the time Felix's eyes landed on the screen, the bid had already reached 2 billion SC. I am upstairs. Hearing Luby's voice, Felix broke out of his daze. He didn't think that in 15 days of not seeing it, the entire shop would get more customer traffic than Godey's shop in the Empire's capital. He gotta say that he was in favor of the change. Felix went to the second floor without wasting time and found that Luby was attending to a customer personally. For Luby to be doing so while the shop was packed to the brim, it only meant that this man was worth the effort. Instead of interfering in their business deal, Felix left them and checked on Luby's new stock. He knew that since the second floor had the best products in the shop, there must be some noteworthy stolen items. After checking the first shelf, Felix felt like his eyes were introduced into a new world, as most of the items placed had a billion-plus price tag. However, he didn't think that they were overpriced for a second, as each of them could only be found in Beethoven's auctions or other noteworthy establishments. Yet, those items were now placed in this shop for anyone to take unconditionally. This array of rare items made Felix understand that Luby wasn't dealing with pirates SCU.M, who pry only on small merchants space.I.P.S, but professional pirates crew. He knew that those pirates had only one target in sight, and that was the cargo space.I.P.S of the upper echelon in the Mariana Empire. The upper echelon, who devours all of the good stuff coming from outside of the galaxy before landing on the public markets. To actually steal from them, it took a lot of courage, skill, and a bit of madness. This applied to even Luby, who was currently promoting probably one of the upper echelon's stolen potion to that VIP man. This dog was truly hiding too deep. Felix smiled wryly as he went to sit on a couch. Alas, just as his ass was about to touch the fiber, he heard the VIP man say calmly to Luby, I never thought that I would need to buy a potion twice just to reach me. Chapter 254, Once you go black you can never go back. Everyone on the second floor, who heard the VIP man say so, knew that trouble was about to start. After all, his meaning was clear, Luby was selling his own stolen potion. Hee, interesting. Felix grinned slightly as he put one leg above the other. He was anticipating how Luby was going to get rid of this accusation. I have looked far and wide in every black market shop since the moment my subordinate's spaceship got pirated 2 weeks ago. The VIP man spoke casually while examining a square-shaped brown potion in focus. Who would have thought it would be in your hands, Luby? With all due respect, Mr. Tom, but if you are going to come in my shop and start throwing false accusations to ruin my esteemed reputation, I won't have it. Luby squinted his eye and repeated, I won't have it. Not now, not ever. Speechless, Felix's eyebrows twitched at the sight of Luby lying through his toothless mouth without a single change of expression. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing so, Mr. Tom let out a hearty laugh as he placed the bottle on the table. Only his laugh was resounding on the second floor as everyone went quiet to watch the juicy drama. Greedy dog, I am not here to argue with you if this potion is mine or not. Mr. Tom pointed at the shelves and said calmly, I already noticed that 5 items from my stolen shipment are here as well. Before Luby could start playing the victim card and deny his accusation, Mr. Tom added coldly, "I don't know which rat hole you came up from, and I have no interest in hunting you down. I only want two things from you." Mr. Tom extended two fingers. 1. Send me my stolen items. 2. Give me the location of those pirate SCU.ms. Everyone drew a deep breath at such a blatant threatening attempt. Just like Felix, they didn't know who this Mr. Tom was, but the fact that Luby didn't straightaway kick him from the shop was enough to show that he was a big shot. "What if I said no?" Luby sneered, dropping all pretense as well. "You can't afford to say no," Mr. Tom said nonchalantly. "You are still new in the IL. Queen, please kick him out of my shop and ban him for life from stepping inside all of my shops and buying my products," Luby requested, interrupted him mid-sentence. He knew that whatever was going to come out of Mr. Tom's mouth was simply going to disrespect him even further in front of his clients. Thus, why bother keeping him inside? He already offended him by selling his items. Seeing that his body was breaking down into white particles, Mr. Tom frowned his eyebrows as he said one last time, "You will regret this decision, mark my words." "We will see about that." Luby merely scoffed at his threat. If he were easily frightened from just one threat, he wouldn't have dared to switch his business to the black market. He knew that selling stolen items wasn't going to be all rainbow and sunshine. Attracting a couple of offended real owners was going to be a daily occurrence in his shop, and if he didn't balls up and dealt with them properly, his reputation would get screwed even in the black market. At that point, he would truly be at his end rope. "Greedy dog, it seems like you are in quite a pickle," Felix said, chuckling. He spoke first to break off the awkward atmosphere after Mr. Tom left. Everyone knew that they were purchasing stolen goods, and meeting the real owner left a bad taste in their mouths. Though, they didn't still give a shit and carried on browsing the shelves, putting in their shopping cart whatever caught their interest. It wasn't their problem that Mr. Tom got unlucky and had his cargo spaceship getting targeted by professional pirates. They understood that it was tough to meet pirates in this wide universe even though their numbers were endless in space. This false sense of security makes most cargo space.I.P.S not waste money on hiring extra mercenary fleets to protect them, as their prices weren't low in the slightest. There was no way they would be paying for this additional protection in each delivery as the expenses would be quite hard to stomach. Especially when cargo space.I.P.S meet up with pirates only once in 3 months if they were extremely unlucky. "He can't do anything to me." Luby smirked as he stood up. "Let's talk in my office." Felix nodded and followed after him. The office was at the back end of the second floor, and it wasn't really that big as it was used mostly for private meetups like those. Luby never bothered to use it before since his shop was always empty. After sitting down, Felix joked, "How is the view of space?" "Tisk, if it weren't for the UVR, I would have been bored to the death by how stale it is." Luby clicked his tongue in irritation. Felix chuckled at hearing him say so, as he knew that Luby was currently in a spaceship wandering in space aimlessly without a place to call home. The moment he switched to being a black market seller, he gave up on the right to land in any populated planet that was part of the Alliance. After all, his ID was probably already blacklisted, making it impossible for his spaceship to pass through the check-in of technologically advanced planets. If he went and sneaked in planets like Earth, which were in the process of catching up to the rest, he would be found sooner or later. Since if he sent a sold product to its owner, crumbs leading to his location would be left behind. Thus, as long as he continued operating as a black merchant, the infinite cosmos would be his greatest ally. Felix also knew that Luby's spaceship was completely safe from pirates' attacks. As now that he had a black merchant status, he was going to receive total immunity and protection from any pirate crew. Although it was merely an unofficial rule, not binding anyone, every pirate still honored it. After all, black merchants were the ones who sell their stolen goods, and if they assaulted them, it was the same as lowering their chances of making a profit. However, the biggest reason would always be the deterrence of being found out and hunted down by the rest of the pirates. There was a zero-tolerance policy on harming or stealing from black merchants. That being said, there were always some black sheep who ignores this unofficial rule and attack anything they meet, like rabid dogs hungry for flesh. Luby needed to be careful of those the most, especially when he was carrying all of his products in his spaceship. I kind of feel bad. I didn't think my place in your black heart would be big enough to risk your life just to pay me back. Felix jested with a half-smile. Don't flatter yourself. Luby scratched his ear in annoyance. I was already preparing to turn into a black merchant. I was just reluctant to leave my home planet since I knew that once I go black, I can never go back. Ha 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 ha. Felix exploded in laughter with his head bent down after hearing the last words of Luby. Bastard, what are you laughing at? Luby asked with a disturbed expression. If only you knew what those words meant in my home planet, you will never repeat them, Felix said while wiping his eye with his finger. Once I go black, I can never go back. Luby repeated it with a confused expression, seeing nothing wrong with what he said. Haha, don't mind it, just a bit of cultural difference. Felix waved his hand, trying his best to hold back his laughter. Seeing that Felix wasn't planning on explaining it, Luby stopped bothering with it and said smugly, I have your money prepared, and if you have any other bottles bring them all in. It seems like you don't have troubles with liquidity anymore. Felix said with a pleasant smile. I will need only 3 days to sell your bottles now with this kind of traffic. Luby nodded his head in agreement. Upon hearing so, Felix immediately sent Luby the 4 bottles serial codes and told him to be dealing with Badadai about the delivery details. Before, Felix was giving Badadai Luby's real shop address to deliver those bottles. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _51421610925675955 for visiting. But now that Luby was in the middle of nowhere, Badadai needed new coordination, and it was improper for Felix to ask Luby about them. TI ring. After receiving the serial codes, Luby didn't hesitate to wire Felix a whopping 1,500,000,000 SC. This was the total from 7 Tier 5 Epic Bloodlines bottles. With Felix already having 300 million or so in his bank account, he was getting closer to reach 2 billion SC. For the first time, Felix finally neither had debt nor owned anyone. He had his entire capital back again with a couple of 100 millions missing. Hee, brother Felix, how about you purchase something from the new stock? Luby rubbed his hands together with a sly grin. Your stuff might be great, but it isn't what I require at the moment. Felix said, shaking his head. Felix would rather save his coins until the series gets released and combine his capitals. Then, found an investment firm that would spread its roots in all fields and industries. To achieve so, he needed massive capital for investing and also to keep buying bloodline bottles. Felix was patient enough to carry on waiting until the day his businesses in the UVR would be able to sustain his needs without even bothering to glance at his bank account. Tisk, it's your loss. Luby added while showing him an empty screen, write the items that you require, so if my hands landed on them, I would inform you just like the rest and bid for them. Sure. Felix agreed instantly and started typing the materials for the elemental potion. If he could buy them with coins, he wouldn't waste his hard-earned game points on them as he knew that the further he advanced in SG, the harder it would be to gather them. After he finished writing them down, Felix stood up, wanting to excuse himself. However, he soon was reminded of something. When are you going to lose your shop lease? Felix asked. He knew that the moment Luby's fame as a black merchant started to spread, the enforcers in the Androxa city would pay him a visit for breaking the rules. First, they would take his shop lease, then kick him out of the capital. In worse cases, even ban him from entering the Alexander Kingdom's UVR territory. Probably in 2 days. Luby replied with a gloomy look, I will really miss this place. After you retire from being a black merchant, you can repurchase it. Felix comforted him. My plan exactly. Luby nodded his head in agreement before adding, I will be transforming my business mostly online while staying in other hidden shops that I leased months ago. I see. Felix nodded his head in understanding. He knew that most black merchants used Luby's plan. First, they make a bang in the network that their shop had gone black to attract as much traffic as possible before getting their shop's lease revoked. However, they would have already established a good reputation by then, making it easier for them to switch to dealing with their customers online. And in most dire situations, face-to-face in their new hidden shops. After all, the items that Luby was dealing with were extremely pricey, and there was no way for someone to buy them without meeting the seller face-to-face. All right, if I ever needed to meet you, I will ask you about the new shop address, Felix said one last time before leaving the office. Buy something before you leave, you cheapskate. Luby cursed him in irritation. Next time. Felix said as he closed the door behind him. Chapter 255, Toxic Bale Lion Bloodline. Back in real life. Felix was lying on the bed while browsing through Godey's shop website for new bloodlines to buy. He was eager to reach 15% and unlock the first passives of the Sphinx. However, he was a bit lazy as he decided to check online instead of going out in person. In a while, Felix picked 2 Eagle species bottles and 3 bottles each from a different species. He then called Godey informing him about the purchase. After paying for them up front, he straightway received the serial codes. However, he didn't send them to Bodadai since tomorrow he would be heading to the venue with the team for the gathering. After tomorrow they would be transported to the wilderness and left there for 7 days without UVR or the Queen's assistance. Felix preferred waiting until he gets back from the competition. Just as Felix planned to shake off the laziness by carrying on his inner manipulation training, he received a message from George. The message entailed that the team will gather tomorrow at 9 a.m. for breakfast at the hotel's restaurant. You better behave tomorrow. Felix gave a threatening glare at his playful tail. Knowing that a single harmless swing could cause internal bleeding to Olivia and rest, Felix was planning to keep his distance as far as possible from them until he gets full control of his tail. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Felix was already up and currently taking a morning shower. Ah, that's refreshing. Felix exhaled in pleasure as he rolled a towel on his nether region. He got outside of the bathroom and went to get dressed. Obviously, he wore the main team's outfit. Soon, he went to his VR pod and unplugged it. Then, he beamed it inside his spatial card before leaving his room. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number *51438035954355147 for visiting. TI ring. After stepping outside of the elevator, Felix walked with a straight back and nonchalant expression towards the restaurant. However, with his new high-profile mutations, he didn't escape getting pointed at by the other bloodliners and the hotel's staff crew on his way here. Unbothered by their murmurs, Felix entered the noisy restaurant, packed to the brim with juniors wearing different colored uniforms. Most of them were sitting as a full team with their instructor by their side, just like the national team, sitting at the restaurant's center. The white and blue US uniform was pretty easy to spot. Noticing how crowded it was, Felix smiled bitterly while glancing at his lethal weapon, waving left and right. He knew that he couldn't pass through without smacking someone into the wall or a window. He didn't want to return to his room after already making it here. Hence, he was left with no other choice but to hold into his tail with one hand and walk forward, appearing like he was walking his kid to school. The moment he reached Olivia and the rest, who were sitting on a long family table, their chatter died down as they kept looking at Felix in daze and bewilderment. They weren't the only ones staring at Felix like that as he was standing in the center of the restaurant under the public eyes of everyone. His unique new appearance was already an eye-opener, don't even mention him holding his tail like that. Good morning. Uncaring by the attention he was receiving, Felix found himself an empty chair and sat on it. He took the menu off the table and asked calmly, "What did you guys get?" Hearing his voice, Olivia and the rest broke off their daze as they realized that he was truly Felix. This made it even more difficult to believe it as his entire appearance was changed. If someone came up to them and told them that Felix wasn't a native Earthling, they would believe it in a heartbeat. That's how big of a change Felix received after his advancement. Incomparable to his awakening. "Did you replace your bloodline?" Somewhat shocked, Walton asked what was on everyone's mind. "No, I dyed my hair and wore new eye contacts. Heck, even this tail is a plush that I stuck to my back," Felix replied sarcastically while giving Walton a look meant for retards. "It's Felix, all right. Damn, had me doubting my eyes for a second." Seeing his asshole attitude in play, everyone let go of the last bit of doubt they had. Agitated, George immediately started barraging Felix with questions. "When did you replace it? Why did you do it without anyone's supervision? What percentage did you integrate with? Which beast and rank did? Can you relax?" Felix glanced in his direction and gestured with his head at the bloodliners watching their interaction. "Private matters should be discussed in private spaces." George took a deep breath to calm down his agitation after realizing that Felix was right. This wasn't the place to talk about the team's matters. Olivia and the rest, who were planning to ask the same, closed their mouth shut as well. "Here I thought that my mutations and Noah's are high-profiled enough." Adam smiled in self-mockery while touching his ruby-red scales, which covered both of his arms. Felix ignored him and looked at Noah, who had a single long icy horn protruding from his forehead. The horn was pointy and kept emitting a bit of cold air. After Noah saw Felix staring at him, he nodded his head in greeting and carried on eating his breakfast in silence. Hopefully, he picked a bloodline that fits him. Felix still didn't know the name of Adam and Noah's two epic bloodlines which were used to replace their previous ones. He didn't give a shit about Adam's one, but he was a bit curious about Noah's pick. Due to Felix's interferences in the timeline, Noah didn't replace his bloodline with the known rare rank beast, which Felix had a slight idea about. After all, the family was doing all right now due to Felix's hidden donations and Robert's effort in the UVR. This meant, they could afford to get Noah a Tier 2 epic bloodline without needing the country's assistance. "I gotta say that your eyes are truly the next level of edginess," Dale said enviously while inspecting Felix's triangle-like golden pupil. "Right? I am dying to know which beast he used to get those breathtaking mutations," Sarah said in eagerness. "Hurry up and finish your breakfast then." George rushed them while chewing faster. "We will carry on the subject in the bus." Upon hearing so, no one brought the matter anymore as they started focusing on their breakfast. The details shouldn't be spoken out loud when their rivals were surrounding them. Meanwhile, at the far end of the restaurant, two dark-haired juniors were conversing with each other while focusing on the US team's table. "Brother Vladimir, did you inform the captain about this?" "Yes, she told me that it doesn't matter if the captain of the US advanced or not." Vladimir scoffed as he spoke out loud. "Our team has 6 first-stage bloodliners while they had only 3 now. If we fought them, they wouldn't amount to anything." His voice traveled quite far, but it didn't reach Felix and the rest. However, the tables next to him heard him loud and clear. Some of them smirked in ridicule at his claim. They knew that his team Russia might possess the largest number of first-stage bloodliners in the competition, but they also knew that most of them didn't advance with 10%. There was even a rumor that had been going around, entailing that the Russians had forced them into replacing their bloodlines and etching an ability before the competition to get the enhancements. This would make the team stronger, which translates into providing higher chances for Russia to get representative slots. Still, those juniors' future would be affected pretty heavily as they might have missed out on getting a mutation that could remain permanently. This was the perfect example of seeking short-term gains while giving up on their future. That being said, this was merely based on a rumor that might be right or utterly false. 10 minutes later, inside a white minibus, Felix was sitting at the back seat while holding his tail with one hand and using the other to push Olivia's face from getting closer to it. "Stop being stingy and let me touch it. It looks fluffy," Olivia said, pouting. "No is a no." Felix clarified for the second time to the stubborn Olivia, "I still can't control it. You can get hurt." "Drop it, Olivia, we still have many concerns to deal with," George said sternly. "Fine." Olivia slapped Felix's hand away from her face and went back to her seat. "So Felix, mind telling us the bloodline rank and name this time?" George asked. "Sure, I used toxic Bale Lion bloodline." Felix replied casually, like lying was a daily occurrence to him. Well, he already knew what he would say and do to hide the fact that he was using a sand element bloodline instead of poison. Poison manipulation was playing a huge role in his plan. George typed the beast's name in the network's search bar. He wanted to check its details. In his eyes, there was no reason for Felix to lie. Sure enough, he soon found positive results about the bloodline. He read them out loud: Epic Tier 2 bloodline, known best for having venomous fangs, toxic breaths, and super strength. George lifted his head and glanced at Felix's mutations before comparing them with the golden lion stripped with blue lines. He could excuse the difference in color scheme, but their eyes were completely different. The lion had normal human-like eyes while Felix had those peculiar-looking eyes. George was somewhat confused by this massive difference as he never heard of it happening before. Felix didn't wait until he asks him about it as he shrugged his shoulders while mentioning, "Don't ask me about my eyes, I am just as confused as you are." Upon hearing him say so, George frowned his eyebrows and asked, "Didn't you research the matter in the UVR?" "Of course I did." Felix scratched his chin as he added, "But I only found bits and pieces suggesting that bloodliners had a minuscule chance of getting mutations from the beast's older generation." Felix wasn't bullshitting this time, as what he mentioned was indeed written in some research articles. If George wanted to check on its validity, he could totally do so. However, George wasn't planning on interrogating Felix but simply get a clearer view of his new bloodline. Thus, after receiving his answer, he could only nod his head in understanding and move on to other issues, such as the percentage Felix used for replacing the bloodline and if he had yet to edge an ability in his 1% bloodline. Felix didn't lie this time as he came clean and told him that he used only 10% to advance. As for edging ability, he informed him that he edged his peak ability, which he unlocked 7 days before. "That's good, I was worrying for a second that you might have rushed it and used less than 10%. George nodded his head in satisfaction. Felix didn't mind telling the truth as he knew that George wouldn't be on his back at the notion of using 10% instead of 15% like Noah and Adam. After all, the only reason bloodliners keep daring to increase the percentage higher and higher in their awakening or replacement was due to mutations. It was clear that Felix didn't get the short stick even while using only 10%. That being said, George still had to ask if those mutations weren't just cosmetics and not viable in fights. Felix held his tail before him and smiled, "If you want to volunteer for a demonstration, I can show you what my mutation can do." Cough, "No need." George dropped the matter immediately after noticing Felix's troublemaking smile. Chapter 256, The 10 Elites. To hide his embarrassment at chickening out, he swiftly changed the subject to Noah and Adam. "Did Olivia tell you about their bloodlines and their mutations' usefulness yet?" Felix shook his head in denial. George pointed at Adam's red scales and said with a hint of elation, "He got those from the Inferno Salamander bloodline. They are capable of blocking a 2150 BF attack." The mutation was honestly quite good, as it gave Adam somewhat of an extra 400 BF strength buff in his arms. Nathan and Dale's envious gazes were enough to show so. "I see." Nonchalant, Felix spared a single glance at them before gesturing with his head at Noah's horn. "What does it do besides making him look like a mute unicorn?" "Well, he got it from the single-horned raptor, and this beast's abilities rely mostly on its horn," George said. I hope the next abilities that he unlocks are related to it. Single-horned raptor. Felix tried to recall anything about the beast, but his memory was completely blank. It was only natural as he barely knew most of the poison element beasts. Don't even mention others. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number *5146350162076265236 for visiting. The first passive that he got is called, Chilling Breaths. George requested from Noah, show it to him. Noah approached the minibus window without a complaint and exhaled a long breath through his mouth on it. Felix noticed that his breath was blue and somewhat foggy, yet the biggest surprise was that it actually froze the window after touching it. Noah didn't want to break it, so he returned to his seat after this swift demonstration. Not bad, Felix said, smiling. The passive was clearly limited as Noah's breaths might be cold and chilling, they wouldn't actually affect the bloodliners at the same level as him. Unless he got them completely immobilized and started breathing on them. But for an epic tier 2 bloodline, this passive was still above average. Just as George wanted to ask Adam to show his passive, he was interrupted by knocking sounds from the minibus door. That's the driver. George notified them while going to the front of the minibus. Return to your seats and change the subject. We are going to start moving now. When they entered the minibus, George requested the driver to wait 10 minutes outside before departure. He knew that a massive crowd of people was spread on the roads leading to the venue. Each team was given a minibus dyed with their country colors and even had the country flag planted on its sides to let the citizen notice their team and cheer for them on their way. He didn't want for his team to be seen gathered around Felix instead of sitting in their places, waving their hands at the people. This minibus parade was being live-streamed worldwide, and any tiny mistake made by a country would be magnified to an unprecedented level. The team ignoring the people to chat with Felix would be beyond disrespectful. It was definitely going to generate some hate for the team and the country. Remember to smile and wave your hands, George said one last time before the minibus emerged from outside of the parking lot into the street. The moment the sunlight penetrated the glass of the windows, Felix and the rest could be seen sitting with varied expressions as they looked at the sea of people standing at the sidewalk of the street. They had their faces painted with different countries' flags and carried either cheering signs for their country's teams or pictures of their supporting bloodliners. The moment the US citizen noticed their team minibus finally emerging after a long delay, they started shouting at the top of their voices while waving their hands in excitement. USA! 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 Since this was more of a parade, the minibus was going slowly. This made Felix notice that the US citizens were a minority in the crowd. They were getting sandwiched by the thousands of European citizens. The Pilar of America. They. Pilar of America. Adam. My. Flower Olivia. That being said, Felix and the rest still managed to hear their names or embarrassing nicknames getting chanted all over the place. Felix's expression couldn't help but get unsightly at the sound of his messed up nickname getting chanted on live TV. Goddamn internet! He cringed every time he heard it getting chanted. He knew that the 10 strongest bloodliner on Earth had gotten nicknamed based on their abilities, bloodline, element, fighting style, or the talent demonstrated in the national tournaments. After Felix won the US national tournament's finals by a single finger snap, manifesting 10 large red pillars, he couldn't escape getting nicknamed as the Pillar of America. The connection was too glaring to pass by. After 20 minutes, the minibus finally made it to the venue. It was the biggest football stadium in Berlin, Olympiastadion. The football stadium was chosen instead of the arenas due to the large influx of participants, reaching 2,000 bloodliner or so. There was no way for arenas, which could at most hold 500 bloodlines, be a suitable venue for the gathering. Shortly after, the minibus parked at the stadium's side as there was no underground parking lot. However, Felix and the rest didn't need to worry about getting stormed by the excited citizens since the stadium was fortified with max security. There were metal barriers placed around the stadium, blocking the citizen from approaching any further. The soldiers and police officers standing in front of those barriers were more than enough to let citizens recognize the consequence of passing over the line. "Let's go, we are already pretty late," George said while looking at the packed parking lot with minibuses of all different colors. Most of the teams already made it to the venue like 45 minutes earlier. Although the gathering was set to start at 10 a.m., it was always better to reach before. After a while. Damn! How many countries decided to participate? Dale couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the sight of hundreds upon hundreds of juniors standing in straight lines of twos in the field. Unsurprisingly, the entire turf was covered by smooth blue material while the goal bars were taken away. This removed any signs that the field was for football. "Close your mouth shut and follow me," George said sternly while walking forward. "We are live on TV, so behave properly." As George said, camera operators were standing at the ends of the field, broadcasting and taking pictures. Other reporters were standing in front of a massively built wooden stage. Lastly, tens of drones hovering in the air without making any loud noises. It was evident that every corner and edge in the stadium was under the view of the world. Felix and the rest, who were walking towards the field, had most of the cameras pointed at them since they were the newcomers. "The American team has finally arrived. Wait a second. What happened to Captain Felix?" The American broadcaster asked in confusion at the sight of Felix's new appearance. If Felix didn't have his name written boldly on the back of his team's outfit, the broadcaster wouldn't have even known that he was Felix. The confusion was shared by most viewers in the world, who saw Felix's previous appearance. "I believe that he must have replaced his bloodline," the second broadcaster clarified. "It's just quite rare to change that much after a single replacement." The American viewers got pretty excited after hearing that their captain had finally entered the first stage of replacement. He was actually the only captain who was part of the 10 elites while still being in the purification realm. If he didn't have his legendary bloodline, they knew that he would have gotten kicked out of it long ago. As the name suggested, there were 9 more bloodliners on this list. Actually, a team of analytics had made this list after making an extra effort to watch all of the country's tournaments to see who was the strongest bloodliner in the world. So far, only 10 bloodliners were placed in it, each a captain of a different country. Those bloodliners either had something unique from the rest, or they were just that better. The list had circulated on the internet in such a viral manner, it was beginning to be considered the standard of eliteness. This pushed every bloodliner into attempting and putting their name in it. Their longing was understandable as the list's reputation was massive to the point that even the broadcasters had no trouble putting it at the screen's side. They wanted to help the viewers know which bloodliners were noteworthy. Rank 1, Slivia Ivanov, the Ice Queen of Russia. Rank 2, Zhang Wei, the Colossal of China. Rank 3, Felix Maxwell, the Pillar of America. Rank 4, William Bentley, the Maestro of England. Rank 5, Hina Suzuki, the Mermaid of Japan. Rank 6, Maria Oliveira, the Demoness of Brazil. Rank 7, Leo Bridges, the Barbarian of Australia. Rank 8, Adafacharya, the Son of India. Rank 9, Sophia Schmidt, the Protector of Germany. Rank 10, Arno Ngossi, the Strategist of South Africa. A team of analytics might have created this list, but they did so with a clear understanding of each bloodliner's strengths and weaknesses. Heck, the real list posted online had articles describing those bloodliners' abilities in full details, showing what the commoners were missing. After analyzing what Felix displayed in the national tournament and comparing it with the rest, it was up to no surprise that he wouldn't be placed in the first rank. After all, Felix never showed that he was capable of switching inducements. The poison pillars, which made him viral on the internet, had already been analyzed to a terrifying degree, exposing all its weaknesses. For example, the analytics mentioned that the only reason Felix managed to create that finger snap scene was due to the lack of knowledge about his ability. Thus, the Hiltons weren't expecting pillars to rise under their feet, ambushing them perfectly. However, now that the ability was in the open and its range was also known, this would greatly reduce its effectiveness. Mostly since the pillars were just poisonous mist that put one to sleep or force them to lose consciousness. Besides, it was known knowledge that most barriers blocked projectiles and elemental abilities. This meant those poison pillars were actually useless in this competition where every team had one buffer responsible for shielding his teammates. This was seen as Felix's most potent ability since he never showed himself after the tournament. Unlike some bloodliners in the list, who were posting on the social media bits of their daily training ventures, Felix not bothering to accept interviews or even open up a social media account to address the internet inquiries, made it only natural that he seemed weaker than the rest who were low-key bragging online. Alas, if only they knew that Felix was strong to the point he could slap any of those elites to death, they would not have placed him in this list as it was an embarrassment to those bloodliners. Chapter 257, Granting Permission to the Queen. 10 minutes later. All of the teams had made it to the venue and lined in their designated space. Felix's team was standing on the right side of the field, getting sandwiched by the Philippines team and the Tunisian team. No one was speaking as they were focused on a group of men and women wearing formal suits, walking towards the wooden stage. They stood at the back after they climbed it, leaving only 2 men next to a podium. Without being asked, the instructors started applauding in greeting, followed by the juniors. It seems like this gathering is going to be headed by Mr. Jacob, the current spokesperson of the World Council. And Mr. Rodriguez, the first elected president of the ESG organization. The American broadcaster commentated. Expectedly, Jacob was left to continue his term as the World Council spokesperson instead of electing a new one. From the glossy skin and extensive hair on Jacob's head, he clearly enjoyed the perks of being in such a high authoritative position. Thank you for such a heartening welcome. Jacob smiled faintly and waited until the applause died down. Seeing that the eyes of the bloodliners and the cameras were on him, Jacob fixed his tie, a habit he did whenever he felt a bit tensed. However, even if billions of eyes were on him as a veteran politician, he wouldn't get fazed that easily. Thus, he brought the mic near his lips and started reading his speech out loud from an invisible hologram, making it seem like he was winging it. The speech was mainly centered around thanking the world leaders, who were sitting in VIP rooms watching the gathering and motivating the juniors into doing their utmost best for their country. Especially for the planet as a whole. After 15 minutes, Jacob wrapped his speech up under the heartful applause of the listeners. He nodded his head at the juniors one last time before saying, "I will let Mr. Rodriguez take it from here." "Thank you, sir." Jacob. Mr. Rodriguez shook the hand of Jacob for a second or two before moving into the podium. He was a middle-aged man with a few wrinkles on the side of his green eyes. If Mr. Rodriguez wasn't already known for being 70 years old, he would have fooled everyone about his real age. It was clear that he consumed the longevity potion just like Jacob and most of the world leaders. After all, the supremacy coins earned from selling Earth's data landed in their hands, and there was no way they wouldn't pilfer 1 million each for the longevity potion from the budget given to their countries. This obviously set outrage in some countries as the coins were already few and limited. Instead of using them for projects such as buying large amounts of substances for commoners, medicine for cancer, and other chronic diseases, they were being spent selfishly on themselves. Alas, their outrage resulted in nothing but venting for a couple of months before new scandals and viral news replaced their interest. Now, only a few individuals kept shouting at their TV screen after seeing Mr. Rodriguez's youthful image. Most of them were seniors. I will keep it simple and short. Mr. Rodriguez didn't seem that friendly as he spoke with a strict tone. Tomorrow morning, you will be sent to the Black Forest and remain in it for the next 7 days. After saying so, noisy murmurs broke within the team's ranks as some were still clueless about the format used. Not everyone managed to get their hands on the competition leaks. Unruffled by the noise, Mr. Rodriguez gestured for a staff member to open up a small box, showing a triangle-shaped white piece of cloth. It had a QR code in the center of it and even a small chip next to that QR code. The camera zoomed on the piece of cloth, displaying it up close for the viewers at home as well in the big stadium's screen. Upon seeing that everyone was looking at it, Mr. Rodriguez carried on. Inside the forest, 100 of those flags will be hidden in trees, between rocks, and even deep under the lakes. In this competition, your task was to find one, secure it, and hold it until the 7 days period passed. Each flag represents a slot in the Earthlings team. Aren't those flags a bit too small? Olivia wondered softly, how can we find them only in 7 days? The majority shared Olivia's confusion as the flags were indeed quite hard to notice. Heck, even in plain sight, they were having difficulty seeing the flag on the stage, don't even mention inside a forest. It just seemed too difficult to pull off. Clearly, Mr. Rodriguez knew what they had in mind as he soon clarified that every 24 hours, there would 10 planes passing over the forest with airdrops. Inside those airdrops, the bloodliners could find daily necessities like food, water, spare tents, energy stones, healing substances, and such. However, the most significant value in those airdrops would be a GPS tracker device capable of locating flags in a 1-kilometer radius. This changes everything. No wonder there was a chip on the flag. The bloodliners understood that obtaining those trackers were a must if they wanted to be competitive inside the forest. A team with a tracker would give them so many benefits and options, such as finding out the number of flags each team was carrying and even using it to track teams with flags and defend themselves from ambushes aiming at them from flag carriers. There were so many other ways to use the tracker effectively. For such a must-have device, it only led the bloodliners to conclude that bloodshed would arise for every airdrop. However, few bloodliners seemed disinterested in those trackers as they believed that the AP bracelet's scan feature was enough for their needs. Alas, those thoughts were removed instantly from their minds after Mr. Rodriguez said sternly, "To stop any cheating attempts, we have taken extreme measures. Every flag has a unique QR code to set those flags apart from each other and fake ones. 2. The AP bracelet features will be wholly deactivated without exceptions. 3. The Queen AI's assistance will be offline for the entire duration, except for her messaging feature. Sigh, I guess I won't be training my inner manipulation in the woods." Felix scratched his cheek in annoyance. He had a sliver of hope that the features blocked will be specified instead of taking everything at once. Since the spatial card was a feature of the bracelet, he wouldn't use the energy stones to train or refill his energy tank. Felix didn't want to waste Asna's purified energy for just training. While Felix was having thoughts only about the spatial card, the rest were either voicing their displeasure or sighing in dejection at the idea of spending an entire week without the AP bracelet. From the moment they got those bracelets, they were pretty much relying on them just like an old man relying on a cane to walk. Now that cane was taken from them, their days in the forest weren't going to be pleasant. Well, at least the Queen's messaging feature being left untouchable was some consolation news. No one bothered to ask whether they would be able to contact people outside of the forest or not, as it was common sense that it would be banned as well. Heck, Mr. Rodriguez took a step further and told them that communication between teams was also banned. This led them to conclude that allying with other teams was most likely not allowed. As they assumed, Mr. Rodriguez went on and explained that allying to seek flags or sharing tracker would be strictly forbidden. Those are all of the competition's rules. Mr. Rodriguez looked at them sternly and said, "There is no need for me to mention what's going to happen to you if you decided to aim for an intentional kill, right?" The juniors gulped a mouthful as they nodded their heads. Most of them saw the heavy punishment of breaking this rule in their national tournaments. They didn't dare to challenge the ESG organization. Since this time, the punishment might even affect the entire country in worse cases, such as having their future bloodliners banned from participating in future international competitions. There will be surrender option available, and each individual or a team, who voiced their surrender will be marked with red X and be dispatched by helicopters. Mr. Rodriguez explained, "You just need to confirm your decision with the Queen, and we will take it from there." Seeing that everyone understood those rules, Mr. Rodriguez tapped on his bracelet, and a hologram that was displaying his UVR ID emerged before the juniors. "Please send your UVR ID." Mr. Rodriguez requested without explaining why. However, Felix and some bloodliners who knew what he wanted to do, sent their IDs without complaint. Just like sheep, the rest followed their lead and did the same. After a couple of seconds, Mr. Rodriguez was notified by the Queen that there were 100 missing UVR IDs from the ones sent to him. "You have 3 seconds to stop wasting my time and do what you were told," Mr. Rodriguez said, unsmiling. Upon hearing so, no one hesitated anymore as the 100 missing IDs were all sent. Soon, Mr. Rodriguez displayed 2,780 censored UVR IDs on a humongous hologram. The number almost reached 3,000 only due to the substitutes of each team were gathered here as well. "The Queen is going to ask you to give her your permission to monitor your words, actions, and also to deactivate your AP bracelets until the competition ends." He looked at them sternly, "Be sure to accept." The moment he finished, the Queen's voice truly resounded in everyone's minds, requesting permission to apply what was mentioned. Permission granted. Felix accepted instantly as he had nothing to worry about. It might sound invasive to give the Queen permission to relay his words and actions to the Mr. Rodriguez or other supervisors. But, he understood that the only thing that the Queen was going to send were matters related to the rules. For example, if Felix said that he wanted this bloodliner dead at any cost, the Queen wouldn't hesitate to rally this information to the supervisors. Then, it would be up to them to check whether he was truly aiming to do so or he was just throwing a fit. As for monitoring the actions, it was merely to keep the bloodliners in check from activating their AP bracelet features or doing something foolish like destroying the GPS CHI.P.S on the flags. As Felix expected, Mr. Rodriguez started mentioning the same points and inquiries, which were on the bloodliners' minds. After getting pacified, the juniors gave away their permission as well. Everyone noticed so from the way those censored IDs on the hologram kept getting illuminated with a green light. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number *5148327566669725518 for visiting. Mr. Rodriguez made everything seem transparent to avoid getting accused of giving a biased treatment above the others. For example, he had a Brazilian nationality and if the Brazilian team had even a slight advantage, he wouldn't escape getting some accusations thrown at him. Neither Mr. Rodriguez nor the ESG organization as a whole wanted to deal with those kinds of matters. Thus, they were trying their very best to make the competition as fair as possible. Shortly after, the entire hologram was brightened up, showing that everyone had agreed on his terms. "Now that we finished dealing with the C.U.some rules, let's move on to drawing." Mr. Rodriguez smiled for the first time as he clapped his hands, giving off some sort of a signal. Everyone got confused after hearing the term drawing since this competition clearly didn't have anything to do with brackets and such. Chapter 258, The 3 Transportation Methods. Felix's attention was soon brought back to the stage, looking at 12 staff members, carrying a small box each. When they made it to their positions, they placed the boxes on a perfectly sized platform and walked away. Everyone was inspecting those boxes, which were split into 3 different colors. 4 boxes were colored blue, 4 more were colored green, and the last 4 had a white color. The camera soon zoomed in and showed that each of those boxes had 3 terms written on them: airplanes, helicopters, and vehicles. This made the viewers pretty confused about the purpose of those boxes. Mr. Rodriguez didn't leave them guessing for long as he pointed his bracelet at those boxes and 3 holograms were created, each on top of a different colored set. He then started explaining, "Due to the large influx of participants, we can't be taking everyone by vehicles and place them deep within the forest. especially when it was challenging for the vehicles to reach the heart of the forest. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number $._51507785166287969 for visiting. He pointed his finger at those boxes and said, "Thus, we have decided to be transporting you from the air as well as land." Everyone nodded their heads in understanding, as it was indeed a massive improvement than just using vehicles. Everyone assumed that they would be placed in the edges of the forest and left there to do what they wanted. However, since the number of participants was massive, they were bound to meet every second due to their close proximity. But now, with air transportations added to the mix, all of them would be placed in different locations in a short span of time. To make it fair, you won't be given the decision on which transportation method you wanted. Instead, we will let the unbiased Queen decide. Composed, Mr. Rodriguez waved a hand in the air, and the large hologram with everyone's ID was brought closer to the three other holograms. Then he requested out loud, "Queen AI, please split the captain's IDs from the rest and place them in either of those holograms." The Queen immediately split 195 IDs from the 2,780 IDs and allocated 64 IDs on each of those three holograms. Since all of them were censored for security reasons, the captains didn't know which boxes type they landed on. Felix swiftly requested the Queen to tell him about his ID placement. Since he was asking for his own ID, the Queen didn't deny his request. "Your ID has been allocated in the third hologram." Airplanes. Felix scratched his chin at the sight of the third hologram being above the white boxes. He didn't care if he was transported by air or land, but he did realize that this method was actually the worst of the three. Unlike going by vehicles or helicopters, it was obvious that they would be required to skydive into the Black Forest. It was going to be extremely difficult to land smoothly with the trees being in the way. After Mr. Rodriguez informed the captains to ask the Queen for their placements, third of them had either unsightly expression or a dejected one. It was evident that they also landed on the airplane transportation method and realized the disadvantages of it. Alas, they could only curse their shitty luck and inform their teammates about their placement. "Felix, what did we get?" George asked with a hopeful tone after seeing Felix's easygoing smile. "Airplanes. Why the hell are you smiling then?" George sighed, getting my hopes up for nothing. Meanwhile, Olivia got stunned for a second before wailing in despair, "No. I don't want to skydive." She never skydived before and was scared shitless by the idea of it. What's worse, they were skydiving in a forest. For a total beginner like her, that was demanding too much. Thankfully, it seemed like the ESG organization had put the juniors' lack of experience into consideration, as Mr. Rodriguez mentioned that tandem skydiving with teammates was within the rules. This news calmed Olivia a little bit. Now, she only needed to see who was willing to tandem skydive with her. Noticing Felix's honest smile, she immediately removed the thought of asking that devil. She wasn't fooled by his innocent look, as she knew that the jerk was going to make the experience even worse than doing it alone. Sadly, she didn't have enough time to ask the others as Mr. Rodriguez carried on speaking, "Since we can't be delivering you all together at the same time, there will be a queue for each transportation method." Mr. Rodriguez pointed at the boxes and clarified, "Your team placement in the queue will be decided by drawing lots. If you draw the number 10 in the helicopter transportation, your team will be delayed by utmost a minute. However, if you draw the last placement lot, your delay could reach up to 15 minutes. Although it seemed unfair for the latecomers, no one really voiced their complaint. They understood that the ESG organization was doing its best to minimize those random elements while keeping the competition integrity intact. After all, it was too risky to drop 640 bloodliners from the air simultaneously, and they didn't have all the helicopters in the world to carry such a large number at once. 15 minutes maximum delay wasn't even that bad, as those bloodliners dropped at the start wouldn't manage to achieve much in it besides setting up an early camp. Just like this, 2,000 bloodlines would be transported in the forest, which would soon turn into a battlefield, at almost the same time. Now, can you please come upstage after hearing your name getting called? Mr. Rodriguez requested while having a list showing all of the captains' names in front of him. Without further delay, he called the names of the first 12 captains in the list. The moment those captains heard their names, they separated from their teams and went to the wooden stage with a composed expression. After climbing the stairs, every one of them chose a box and stood before it. It looked like Mr. Rodriguez wasn't calling names randomly but choosing 4 captains for each transportation method. This meant captains with airplane transportation couldn't pull a fast one by drawing from a box that belonged to other methods. Heck, even if Mr. Rodriguez didn't do so, no one would have dared to cheat. Since the Queen was monitoring their actions up close, she would expose them immediately when she notices that they broke the rules. Hence, the captains behaved properly by drawing a slip of paper, showing the number on it to the camera before going back to their places. Some were clearly excited, while some were shaking their heads in disappointment. Soon, another 12 captains were called upon, and this time, the second ranker in the Elite 10 list was part of them. Zhang Wei, the captain of the Chinese team, is stepping on stage. The American broadcaster informed while looking at the giant man, reaching 2.5 meters in height, toppling over everyone in this competition. His height wasn't all natural, as it was known on the internet that he managed to grow a whole meter after replacing his rare Tier 1 bloodline with an epic Tier 2 bloodline. Unfortunately for his foes, he didn't just grow taller but also wider, making him buffed out to the point his nickname was replaced to the Colossal of China. After he stepped onto the stage, he went to a green box and picked a white slit of paper. He opened it up and smiled in delight after seeing number 2. He showed the number to the camera just like the rest of the bloodliners, and they received a short round of polite applause. Then, they stepped down and let Mr. Rodriguez carry on his calling. 10 minutes later. Maria Oliveira, the captain of the Brazilian team, please step forth. Moulaud Talouk, the captain of the Moroccan team, please step forth. Felix Maxwell, the captain of the American team, please step forth. After hearing his name finally getting called, Felix pulled his hands from his jacket's pockets and started walking towards the stage. A faint smile was affixed on his face, showing that he was cool-headed even under such a nerve-wracking experience. Yet, the camera wasn't even directed at him but at a breathtaking brunette, who was walking slowly while waving her hands in the air like she was receiving a standing ovation. Her proud expression as she was doing so actually didn't offset an outrage or got her ridiculed. Instead, the majority of the male juniors were staring at her soul-capturing smile with unfocused hazy gazes like they were looking at a fine piece of art. Maria Oliveira, the Demoness of Brazil, is at it again with her active ability, Enchantment Field. The broadcaster said while letting out a forced laugh at sight. Neither the broadcaster nor the viewers were affected by her ability, but they could see that the junior's reaction was abnormal. Since the broadcasters were required to do extensive homework on the bloodliner's abilities, he instantly figured out the cause. Turn it off. Too bad for Maria, Mr. Rodriguez wasn't in the mood for jokes as he said, "This is your first and last warning." Fine. I was trying to make an entrance, geez. Maria said while rolling her eyes in annoyance. Chapter 259, Bribes Done Right. Without a second delay, Maria snapped her finger once, and a field of pink flowers started to materialize under the eyes of everyone. The field was caught in the process of expanding further and further away from Maria, putting more bloodliners under her ability's effect. But a moment later, the pink flowers broke into pinkish mist and drifted in the air. Feeling the bits of mist touch their faces, the juniors felt shivers coursing in their skin at the thought of being inside her ability's range without anyone noticing it. Although everyone had their guards lowered, making them not use their vision abilities, they were still pretty scared by the notion of being under someone else's mercy without their knowledge. Unlike Felix, who didn't bother to check on those 10 elites' abilities and bloodline, the juniors knew that Maria's flower field was just the basic setup for the rest of her aggressive mental abilities. Anyone who got inside her field was pretty much doomed. However, her fighting style still made her reach only the 6th rank in the list. This makes one wonder how strong those above her were. Maria, stop fooling around and draw a lot. Hearing this mind message, which was sent to her personally by Mr. Rodriguez, Maria didn't dare to continue her charade as she swiftly went upstage and stood before a green box. Just as she wanted to draw a lot, she saw Felix opening up a folded slip of paper next to her. Then, he started chuckling in derision as he turned around and showed it to the camera. Maria titled her head and glanced at the content of the paper. The moment she noticed the number 65 on it, she couldn't help but explode in laughter while holding her waist. It wasn't just her who laughed as the majority started ridiculing Felix's garbage luck by landing on last placement in the airplane transportation method. Literally, not a single lot was worse than this. I should have sent Noah instead. George merely sighed while looking at Felix spreading the paper widely without a hint of embarrassment. He was already numbed by Felix's trash luck in draws. Alas, as they said, someone's misery is someone else's happiness. Captain Felix, thank you for the sacrifice. Maria said as she wiped her reddened eyes. Do I get a reward for it? Felix flicked the cursed slip of paper behind him, hitting a junior in the head. Unbothered by the irritated call, Felix just advanced next to Maria with an easygoing smile. He stood a meter in front of her and started inspecting her face with his golden triangle-like pupil, making her feel like every pore of her face was under his surveillance. Alas, that was exactly what was happening as with Felix's enhanced eyesight, her gorgeous face was no more as he could spot tiny blemishes on her skin, which were covered in makeup. But in his eyes, those blemishes appeared like giant pimples, zoomed in next to his face. Such a horrifying experience destroyed any tingle of desire that he felt for her and probably for most of the girls that he meets up with in the future. It's not like having a goddess living in his consciousness wasn't enough to ruin his beauty standards. Now even his own eyesight was messing with him. Trying to flirt with me? He seems quite young and even handsome. Should I play with him tonight? Maria giggled at his invasive eyes, not bothered in the slightest by them. She was experienced with being ogled on daily basis. Alas, if only she saw what Felix's eyes were showing, she would have lowered her confidence in her beauty down a notch. Never mind. Felix pursed his lips in revulsion as he turned around, walking towards his team. Well, that should do it all right as Maria kept looking at his retreating back with parted lips, not knowing how to respond. What the hell? Was he trying to flirt or provoke me? She knitted her eyebrows in irritation at the image of him pursing his lips in disgust. She was merely irritated but not angered as she experienced something like this before with other males. Trying to show your lack of interest in me to set yourself apart from the rest. She scoffed as she looked at his wide back, in your dreams. Maria, draw a lot and get out of my stage already. Mr. Rodriguez, whose patience ran dry, couldn't help but scold her out loud after seeing that her hand was still not in the box. Fine. Maria drew a slip of paper and opened it up. Soon, her expression turned nasty after seeing the number 59. After showing her number to the others, the same mocking laughs directed at Felix rained on her without hesitation. Now go back to your team. Mr. Rodriguez shooed her away with his hand and started calling for the next 12. This process lasted for an extra 5 minutes before all of the captains picked their cue number. After so, Mr. Rodriguez informed them that tomorrow they would be departing at 7 a.m. and the rest of the details would be given to their instructors. Such as, what was allowed to be taken, the place where they would be meeting, the rules about eliminations and extraction, and the zone in the Black Forest where the competition would be held. After all, the Black Forest in Germany was a region that was roughly oblong in shape, with a length of 160 kilometers, 100 miles, and a breadth of up to 50 kilometers, 30 miles, occupying an area of about 6,009 square kilometers. Such a massive area was of course not just pure wilderness but had urban cities and towns. The competition needed to be held in a zone that was further away from those places in order to preserve the peace of those urban areas or the integrity of the competition. Shortly after, Mr. Rodriguez told the juniors to remain for interviews if they wished or leave if they didn't want to. He then stepped down the stage and went away with Jacob, leaving the reporters to assault the juniors, and especially the 10 elites. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single reward announced for securing a flag. No one knew if the ESG organization didn't plan to give anything for the juniors or they had something else in mind. Tomorrow morning, at 8 a.m., inside a public airport within the city Freiburg, 195 teams were crowding the terminal. All of the teams had taken flights from Berlin-Brandenburg Airport to this beautiful city that was inside the Black Forest. After all, the distance separating Berlin and the Black Forest was in the hundreds of kilometers. Thus, they needed to bridge the distance as much as possible before taking the 3 methods of transportation to the competition zone, which was 50 kilometers away from the airport. It could be seen that the airport was closed for business as there were only the staff members and the teams. The ESG organization chose a public airport instead of a private one due to the lack of space. After all, there were 2,000 juniors all gathered in one place, and the terminal of the private airport wasn't designed to hold such a massive number of travelers at once. Soon, 2/3 of the teams left the premises of the airport on buses. 1/3 was sent to the designated area for helicopters while the other stayed in the buses, going straight into the competition zone. Meanwhile, the last third was left behind in the airport, where skydiving aircrafts were waiting for them. Number 1, 2, 3, 10 in the queue, please head to the runway. You will find your planes waiting for you. A sudden feminine announcement resounded in the terminal, shushing down the juniors' chatter. Upon hearing the content, the first 10 teams did a secondary basic safety check on the parachute bags, which was given to them the moment they stepped inside the terminal. Those safety checks were taught to them yesterday by a professional skydiver. He was hired to give them a quick lesson for those who never experienced skydiving before. Felix and the rest were also taught the correct procedures and the body position to aid a successful deployment of the parachute. But with all of those precautions taken, it was still possible for the parachute not to open successfully. Be it through error or simple chance. Typically, 1 in 1,000 parachutes will fail to open. That's why they were taught not to panic in that situation and utilize the reserve parachute. Those instructions were given to the juniors, who weren't scared of skydiving. The rest were going to tandem skydive just like Olivia. "Little Oli, are you sure you don't want to tandem with me?" Felix asked again with an innocent look. 100%. Olivia humphed, "You think I am stupid to put myself under your mercy in the air? That's harsh." Felix chuckled mildly as he gestured with his head at Noah, "Good luck with that, Siscon. He probably never skydived in his life as well." "It can't be." Olivia shivered at the thought. She realized that she never actually asked Noah about it as she was simply seeking a partner and Noah was always the most reliable person on the team. Thus, the moment she asked him yesterday, he didn't object to her request. "Brother Noah, did you ever skydive before?" Olivia asked while chewing her lips in anxiety. Alas, the response she received sent her to the depth of despair as Noah shook his head firmly. "Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number *_51532290370631416 for visiting." She knew that she would rather get bullied mid-air by Felix than jump with Noah, who was a total rookie just like her. However, she still didn't consider Felix, as there were 7 others on the team. Sarah and the rest of the substitutes sadly didn't come here with them as they were asked to remain in the hotel. Their journey with the team had ended after the gathering. "Brother Johnson, can I partner with you?" Olivia asked with puppy eyes, making Johnson's heart soften a bit. Alas, a message sent to him by Felix hardened it again, 10,000 SC to say no. "Sorry Olivia, but I never skydived before." Johnson denied her request politely while avoiding eye contact with her. He didn't want to disappoint the flower of the family, but 10KSC was too hard to pass by for a broke junior like him. It's okay. Olivia sulked as she went to Kenny, planning to ask the same. However, he gave her the same response while taking quick glances at Felix. He didn't think that he would actually receive a message from Felix personally when he never bothered to spare him a glance. However, he still accepted the bribe quietly as he always went with the flow, not knowing where it would take him. Just as Olivia wanted to try her chances with the rest, Felix said in a lazy manner, "You can stop, little Oli, no one knows how to skydive except for me." He asked while giving them a knowing look, "Right guys?" Olivia was stupefied at the sight of them all nodding their heads in agreement. Adam didn't receive a message from Felix as he was already going to tandem skydive with Lexi. Thus, he was just as bewildered as Olivia by their response. Seeing Olivia's distressed expression, Felix started laughing while spreading his arms wide open. "Let's have fun together." "No!" Olivia cried out loud in despair after knowing that her fate was set in stone to partner up with Felix. Chapter 260, Bullying Olivia. 10 minutes later. The last 10 teams in the queue, please head to the runaway. After hearing the announcement, Felix stretched his arms behind his back as he stood up. He picked a medium-sized camping bag that was placed next to his feet and said, "Let's go." The rest picked up their bags as well and followed after him. As the announcer mentioned, only them and 9 other teams were left in the entire airport. Despite so, they were glad that the delay was merely 10 minutes instead of 15 minutes. After a while, "Follow me, I will be taking you to your ride." The moment the team stepped outside of the terminal, a staff member who was wearing an orange jacket, informed them while walking towards 10 planes. Soon, they reached them, and the staff member sent a team by a team to their designated plane. After Felix's team turn came up, the staff member gestured for them to follow him. "Put your camping bags next to the plane. We will put them all inside a package box and send it down near your drop location." As he said, the instant they reached their plane, they saw a medium-sized chest that was attached to a closed parachute. Felix went beside it and placed his backpack. Then, he climbed inside the blue-colored aircraft. "Oh? Hello." Felix greeted politely after noticing that the pilot and another man were already inside. Since the plane wasn't really that big, Felix clutched his tail, which was lying dormant outside of his skydiving outfit, and stepped inside. "Welcome aboard," the pilot said, smiling politely. "Good morning, sir." Felix. The man, who was wearing a red skydiving outfit and goggles on his forehead, extended his hand at Felix respectfully. "Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, *513693994115743 for visiting." Felix shook his hand and asked, "Are you going with us?" "Yes, I will be here to make sure that you guys don't miss your jump." "Glad to have you." After saying so, Felix went to the back of the aircraft, leaving space for the rest to come inside. He sat on a foldable seat and put the seatbelt on. A few moments later everyone was inside. Even the package box was placed in the middle of the aircraft, carrying their 10 camping backpacks. After seeing that everyone was ready, the pilot didn't waste time as they were already behind by 10 minutes. Thus, he swiftly drove the aircraft to the runway and took off after reaching the required speed. During mid-flight, Felix could see other planes flying horizontally with them. They were keeping a wide distance from each other, making Felix notice only 3 planes even with his enhanced vision. "We will be reaching your drop spot in 10 minutes. The pilot announced, "You will have a window of 2 minutes to jump. If you missed it, you will land outside of the competition zone and you will be disqualified." "All right." Felix looked at the instructor with them and notified him, "We will be jumping in the first minute." The instructor nodded his head in understanding and reminded them, "Double check on your AAD." Upon hearing so, Everyone swiftly checked yet again if their automatic activation device was turned on. They already checked 3 times and it wouldn't hurt to check right before jumping. After all, AAD was the last emergency solution in case shit hit the fan during mid-dive. The device was installed in rigs to deploy their reserve parachute in the event that they couldn't deploy either their main or reserve parachute. For example, if for some reason they found themselves unconscious in freefall. The AAD monitors their descent rate and altitude, and if they were still falling at freefall speeds by a certain height, it would use an electrical charge to cut the loop that held their reserve parachute in, thus saving them from certain death. All good? Yes. Now, who's going to be tandem skydiving? The instructor offered, I will help you get strapped. Felix straightaway went to the deadpan Olivia and removed her seatbelt. Stand up, the instructor will strap you with my rig soon. Olivia did as she was told while chewing on her lips. She knew that it wasn't time to throw a tantrum as it was already too late. Felix put Olivia in front of him and left the instructor to strap them together. After pulling the straps twice and feeling their steadiness, Felix nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't worried about his weight causing troubles as they were told that the rigs were purchased from the UVR, and the parachutes inside them were capable of handling up to 400 kilograms in weight. The materials they were made of were leagues apart from the ones made here on Earth. But, just to make sure, Felix did a quick search on the brand of the rig in the network and found out that truly the details match the information given to them. Thus, after doing a simple checkup, he moved out of the way, dragging Olivia with him like he was strapped to a baby. Adam and Lexi moved forward and got strapped as well. 8 minutes later. All right, put your goggles on and get ready, the instructor said while opening up the aircraft's gate. Whoosh! Rattle! The moment it was opened, the noise from the plane's engine started resounding loudly within the aircraft. After seeing the clouds and the sun up close, Olivia's heart started beating out of her chest as fear started creeping up on her. Sensing that she was quivering, Felix decided to comfort her by whispering in her ears, I have a wings potion, so don't worry, everyone can end up dead but us. Although his words were too insensitive for others, she did feel comforted by the idea of having a certain fourth emergency measure. Thus, she sighed in relief and put on her goggles. I am ready. Alas, if Olivia wasn't feeling out of it due to her exhaustion, she would have realized that Felix might have the wings potion, but the spatial card feature was disabled like the rest. Felix couldn't hide the potion on his body as they were searched thoroughly before entering the airport. Hence, there was no way for him to use the potion. He was simply trying to comfort her as it wouldn't be fun to bully her midair when she was scared shitless from the dive. In 30 seconds, you will jump one by one. After you, we will send the package. The instructor informed them, when you land, lift your heads in the air and track the package as it is going to land in close proximity to you guys. Upon seeing them nod their heads, he moved away from the door, giving them enough space to stand on. Soon, the 30 seconds passed by, making everyone feel pretty nervous but mostly excited. I am going first. Ho ho! Thrilled, Walton did a peace sign with his hands as he jumped from the plane. He didn't even hesitate as he already skydived many times before. For a rich junior like him, adrenaline-inducing hobbies like those were his favorite. Unlike Olivia or Noah, the rest had experienced skydiving when the world was still undiscovered by the Alexander Kingdom. Thus, they didn't show any signs of fear as they jumped after Walton. Soon, Felix's and Olivia's turn arrived. You ready? Felix asked while standing on the edge of the door, still holding his tail. Whoosh! Way! Before Olivia could finish, Felix laughed out loud as he belly jumped outside of the plane. While Felix was enjoying the wind caressing his face, Olivia had her eyes closed shut as she tightened her grip on straps. Felix, you prick! I hate you! Hearing Olivia curse at him using the Queen's voice, Felix switched his focus on her instead of enjoying the freefall. After all, he didn't bribe others just to let go of this one-time opportunity. Say cheese. Felix sent a message as he took a selfie with his bracelet. Yet, he wasn't satisfied by just one, as he soon started kneading Olivia's oval face into making funny faces while taking a picture after another. By the time Felix finished filling up an album, Olivia was on the verge of breaking down into tears by his bullying. Like it wasn't hard enough that she was skydiving for the first time, now she was even forced into taking selfies, which God knows how she would end up looking in them. Stop it already, my cheeks are aching. Olivia whined. She wanted to massage her reddened cheeks, but she was too terrified to let go of the straps. Thus, she could only voice her displeasure, hoping for Felix to have mercy on her. Thankfully, Felix stopped at once after noticing that he reached the right altitude to open the parachute. The altimeter device attached to his wrist made it easier. Open your eyes, you will be the one who steers the parachute. Felix informed her while having his finger placed on the ripcord. He could already see that everyone had dispatched their parachute successfully and were gliding in direction of the wind, so they would land in almost the same area as their package. I can't. Olivia shook her head vehemently while tightening her grip even further on the straps. Whoosh! Felix didn't respond as he pulled the ripcord at once, forcing the container to open up and release the main canopy inside. The moment the folded canopy was out, it started flattering with the wind for a second or two before it was inflated fully. Felix and Olivia got tugged by the straps, forcing them to change postures from falling on their belly to be in a standing posture. Just as he was taught yesterday, Felix lifted his head to check if the parachute and the lines were all right. After he didn't notice any problems, he gripped the two toggles and started steering the parachute in his teammate's direction. Give me your hands, Olivia. Felix spoke out loud since the wind wasn't going to cause them any more troubles with their slow speed. Feeling that they were gliding safely, Olivia didn't feel that nervous anymore as she toughened up and opened her eyes. Immediately after doing so, she was left amazed by the breathtaking scenery of the black forest under the morning sunlight. The greenery of trees, the peacefulness of the lakes and rivers, and lastly her teammates gliding in the air while shouting out loud in enjoyment, having the best time of their lives. Everything hit differently. Chapter 261, the 24/7 worldwide live stream. Olivia stopped hesitating at once and placed her hands above Felix's hands. However, Felix removed his hands and let her be the one clutching the toggles. He then placed his hands above hers and started instructing her, to turn left or right, simply pull the correspondent control with your hand. He showed her by pulling the left control, making them steer away from their teammates. He then told her, all right, you carry on from here on. I will try. Focused, Olivia pulled the right control and steered back into their original path. After seeing how easy it was, her eyes brightened in delight as she kept chasing her teammates from behind. If they went left, she goes left, they went right, she goes right. She was too engrossed in steering, she didn't notice that Felix had already removed his hands above hers and started taking selfies with her again. Alas, fun times always had a time limit as they were getting closer and closer to the trees. Felix wasn't going to leave Olivia to carry on such a difficult task of landing. Thus, he took control over the parachute and narrowed his eyes in focus, looking for a smoother landing spot. Unfortunately, no matter where he looked, there were only trees and trees blocking his sight. In the end, he just sighed and warned Olivia, brace for impact. Whoosh! Cluck cluck! Being placed in front of Felix, Olivia kept getting smacked first by the branches and leaves after they collided with a tree. However, she didn't win CE in pain as her skydiving suit was more of a protection suit than just an outfit. Plus, with her defenses being at origin purity, she wouldn't be hurt even without it. The experience itself was annoying, mostly when both were stuck in the tree after their parachute got entangled with its branches. You good? Felix asked while glancing underneath him. Yes. Olivia nodded her head before asking, how are we getting down, though? Like this. Felix smiled playfully as he detached both of them from the parachute, making Olivia scream reflexively as she fell from on top of the tree. Thankfully, Felix had no intentions of letting her take the brunt of this, too, as he turned over, making his back face the ground first and Olivia faces the sky. Thud. Arg. The moment Felix's back hit the ground, Olivia was the one who groaned at the feeling of discomfort of falling. Felix didn't feel even an itch. Wasn't that fun? Felix asked with an honest look. Alas, the only response he got was Olivia holding her puffed-out cheeks, trying her best to stop herself from vomiting her breakfast. The sight scared Felix shitless as she was lying right on top of him. And if she was going to vomit, she would reflexively turn around and do it on him. Horrified by the idea of it, Felix swiftly removed the straps and rolled away from Olivia, who looked like she was going to vomit at any moment. However, he waited and waited, yet Olivia just kept looking at him with her cheeks puffed out akin to a blowfish. They kept staring at each other for a few seconds before Olivia exploded into laughter while pointing her finger at him. By now, Felix knew that she was faking it to prank him as well. Nevertheless, Felix just chuckled in a mis.e.m.e.nt as he stood on his feet. Captain, where are we grouping? Soon, Walton's message stopped the two from fooling around and paying attention to their current state. Gather on Johnson. Then, we will head together to the package's landing spot. Felix said while looking at the package gliding hundreds of meters above him, heading east. Understanding what he wanted, Johnson lifted his head and started spewing a stream of fog from his mouth into the sky. Most of it spread around him, but still, it had done its purpose by displaying his position for the rest of the team. Since they were too close to each other, it wasn't hard to notice the fog source. Shortly after, the entire team was grouped again inside a fog cloud that was breaking down into particles, exposing them in the open. Let's get our stuff. Not wasting time with needless chatter, Felix ordered while starting to sprint with a moderate speed. He didn't want to leave them behind. All of them chased after him while glancing from time to time at the package approaching the ground. Since they skydived in the heart of the competition zone, they didn't worry about meeting up with other teams so soon. After all, those transported by vehicles would mostly be left at the edges of the forest, while those in helicopters would toggle slightly inside. This led to having the teams be spread far from each other in the forest. We are being streamed live already. Walton grinned at the sight of two silver drones, one coming from the left and the back. Both of them flew high above in the sky, appearing just like birds for those without a good vision. However, even those without vision wouldn't be able to notice them as the drones had gone invisible. Yet, Felix and the rest didn't show any signs of surprise as everything about the competition was fed to them by the instructor after the gathering. They were told that each team was going to be streamed live 24/7 by two invisible drones. Obviously, the ESG organization wasn't wasting time or resources by not purchasing some low-end blueprints from the UVR. Those blueprints might be old-dated and cheap, but they were still 100 times more advanced than the Earthlings' counterparts. For example, those drones were designed to 99% resemble birds by flying with wings instead of rotor blades. The battery they had was able to last up to 3 months without charging it again. The resolution was at a minimum of 26K and could be adjusted to a lower resolution for the Earthlings' outdated TV screens. Though, for those with AP bracelets would have no problems with it. Not to mention the ability to be invisible, making it impossible for the forest teams to use them for their own advantage. Like being able to spot a team hundreds of meters away just by seeing the drones above them. Although the ESG organization implemented those drones to monitor the competition first and foremost, they still decided to program them into streaming the live feed in each country and internet streaming platforms. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, *51557834134963326 for visiting. They did so to avoid the broadcasting companies from flooding the competition zone with their own drones. However, since there was no commentary, most TV channels and streamers decided to take advantage of such a freebie and start doing their own commentary on the streams. This led to having streaming platforms like Twitch to be flooding with wannabe MCs, who knew absolutely no idea what they were talking about. That being said, some streams belonged to former national tournament participants, who had enough knowledge and speaking skills to entertain the viewers and give them proper explanations. Currently, a stream co-hosted by Michael, the vice-captain of the Walton team, and Jana, the Hilton team's vice-captain, was at the lead when it comes to the number of concurrent viewers. Their views tally had already surpassed 20 million concurrent viewers while the competition had just begun. This number might seem small as this was the stream for world competition, but one shouldn't forget the time difference between the US and Germany, which was 6 hours. This meant it might be in the early morning for Felix and the rest, but the stream was in the middle of the night for the US citizen. The majority of interested viewers didn't want to ruin their sleep schedule to watch the competition start as they knew that it would last for 7 days. In this marathon, they were bound to miss some good moments by their team. This applied to the rest of the teams and their countrymen supporters. The team has secured their camping gear without hiccups. A good start, I would say. Jana offered a charming smile to Michael before asking, "Is there any teams near them?" Michael was sitting right next to her while having tens of mini holograms linked together akin to a honeycomb. Every screen was showing a different team and the position they were placed at in the forest. In this way, Michael noticed that the nearest teams were still at least 3 kilometers away from them. So far, they are in the clear. Michael gave out his own opinion, "I doubt any fights will break out today as no one would seek to provoke others and waste their limited elemental energy for needless fights." He coughed, "I think that the smartest move to do currently is to locate a good camping spot and secure it at all cost. I guess Captain Felix shares the same views as you." Jana nodded her head in agreement as the stream showed Felix, giving off instructions for Walton, Kenny, and Johnson to check for a good camping spot up north. That's where one of the many lakes was located. At least skydiving wasn't that bad as it gave Felix and his team a good overview of the premise they were landing on. However, since they were actually the last ones to be sent down, some of the first skydivers must have already scouted the lake or even placed down their camps and created a territory that belonged to them. Thus, Felix sent those 3 all at once, as they had the best abilities for survival. If shit hit the fan, they could always retreat to safety. After a while, those 3 came back with good news, entailing that they found an empty area 100 meters away from the lake. As for other teams, they didn't see anyone on their way there. To do a double check, Felix turned on his infrared vision to the limit for a second before turning it off. In that second, he saw only humanoid wildlife, like birds, deers, boars, and such. "All right, let's place our camp there." Felix jumped down from a branch he was sitting on and reminded them, "Keep your eyes open for flags. They might be placed in your plain sight, and you wouldn't even notice it." They nodded their heads and wore their camping backpacks. Then, they started marching in a well-paced manner, not too slow and not too fast. Just enough to reach their destination while still having the ability to survey the trees, rocks, and even the dirt. Alas, even with Felix's enhanced vision added to the mix, they didn't see any flag in their journey. They didn't know if they were just hidden too deeply or this area didn't have one. Whatever it was, finding flags without trackers was the same as finding a needle in a haystack. Making the task almost impossible was probably intended by the ESG organization to force the teams to meet and fight for the trackers. They created the problem and also the solution for it. Chapter 262, The First Airdrop. 15 minutes later, Felix and the rest had reached the open area that was just a field of ferns, wildflowers, and other herbaceous plants on the forest floor. The area was big enough for the team to set up their tents in a circular shape around its center. With the fir trees surrounding them, the camp would be getting some protection. "This will do it for now." Felix removed his backpack and unstrapped his black tent. He then went near the center and plucked those herbaceous plants to clear up his spot. He threw them to the side as they weren't edible. After doing so, he started setting up his tent alone while glancing from time to time at Olivia and the others doing the same. This time no one brought a bigger tent, as they learned their lesson from their practice. It was better to take only a one-person tent as it would be less exposed to damages if they got attacked. Besides, in this competition, they expected to move a lot due to searching for flags or escaping from other teams. This meant they would have a temporary camp once in a while. It was much faster to set up a single-person tent than the rest. After a while, 10 different colored tents could be seen placed down around a star-shaped campfire that wasn't turned on. The woods were just prepared and left there. They didn't want to start a fire when they weren't planning on cooking, or the visibility wasn't hindered. After all, the last thing they wanted was to give away their hiding spot for no reason. Inside the black tent, Felix was changing his clothes. He took off the skydiving suit and wore his team's uniform. He then folded the skydiving suit and placed it in his backpack for emergencies. Next, he opened the tent's zipper and went to sit next to the boys, who were gathering around the campfire. Just like him, all of them had changed into their team's outfit. Since the girls were nowhere to be seen, it was expected that they were still changing. "What's today's plan?" Johnson looked at Felix as he asked, "Are we going to carry out the same plan we made yesterday?" "Yes, no need to change." Felix agreed with a head nod. "I guess we need to be moving then." Kenny dusted his ass as he stood up. "Let's go, Walton. If you get lost, just notify me, and I will start a fire to give you our position," Felix said. Upon hearing so, they gave him a swift thumb up before beginning to sprint in the direction where they came from. Their target? The parachutes. That's right, their mission wasn't to scout for camps or such but to bring as many parachutes as they could. After all, the cloth was a well-needed material in the wilderness, and it could be used on many occasions. Plus, they would have nothing to lose by having it within their set of limited items. Meanwhile, the rest of the boys didn't remain in the camp but went hunting for their lunch, leaving only Felix behind with the girls. However, the girls didn't just sit still like dolls but actually searched together for wild plants to enrich their food. Although Felix didn't accompany them, he used his infrared vision once in a while to scout 500 meters around him for anything peculiar. He didn't worry about having his infrared vision getting found out, as the red shimmer's intensity was lowered to barely noticeable due to his golden pupil. "Asna, you up?" Felix said eagerly, "It's time for my daily enhancement." Every time he wakes up, he looks forward the most to starting his day with his affinity getting enhanced due to the euphoric feeling he receives. Alas, his excitement was soon diminished after remembering that he was almost about to reach a 100% sand affinity rating. He was currently sitting at 76% and needed only 24%, which meant he would stop taking them in 8 days. "Give me a minute," Asna said in delight, "I am kicking the old snake's ass in chess." "Oh." Intrigued, Felix asked, "You guys switched to chess? How can I play royalty with this cheating bastard?" Asna boasted, "In chess, there is no dice or bullshit, just pure skill and intelligence. He clearly lacks compared to M. Checkmate little Asna." The moment Felix heard the J. Ramongandra say so, silence abruptly descended in his mind, forcing the boastful Asna to shush down. "Good game." The J. Ramongandra lifted a small notebook placed on the table they were playing on and opened it up. It was showing a long string of victories and losses. He flipped to a middle page and wrote today's date down to the second, and next to it, he wrote chess's game, J. Ramongandra's win number, _51574457822665848 for visiting. Although it was just a checkmate, she could see clearly that her king had only one move to make, and it was useless. "Again? Or you wanna play a different game?" The J. Ramongandra asked while placing down the notebook. "Again? You just got lucky in the last match." Asna's eyes were a bit bloodshot as she started to set up her pieces on the board. She tried her best to hold her anger this time instead of exploding with curses and insults like always. Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the way she conflicts her own words to her advantage. She just said that chess required only skill and intelligence when she was in the lead, but after she lost, it was due to luck now. Alas, he didn't find it surprising anymore, as Asna's personality was really more shameless than his. "How about my daily enhancement?" Felix asked. "F***ck off. Unless I win a match, I am not standing from this table." Asna snapped at Felix and closed the connection between them to focus on the match. "I guess I am going to be stuck in 76% forever." Felix sighed in dejection. Thankfully, the connection was closed. Otherwise, Felix could forget about receiving his enhancement for the day. 4 hours later, the entire team was gathered around the campfire, waiting for lunch to be cooked. It was grilled deer meat from the hunt with some vegetables at the side. Kenny and Walton were back in one piece 2 hours ago, bringing with them 4 parachutes. They were folded messily and placed next to tents. To avoid having them taken by the wind at night, they put a couple of rocks on them. "So we are just going to chill today?" Lena asked calmly. "Well, it's just a waste of energy to try and locate flags without the tracker." Adam said, "It's better to play it slow today and hope that an airdrop land near us." This was the plan originally made yesterday in their hotel with George. On the first day, they secure a camp and prepare enough food and water for at least 2 or 3 days. Then, they just lay low until 24 hours passed by and the first 10 airdrops get sent down in the competition zone. If an airdrop landed near their camp, they would attempt to secure it at all cost. However, if it was miles and miles away, they could only give up on it and wait for another airdrop. Unsurprisingly, this plan wasn't unique to just them, as most of the teams took this approach. It might be the smartest thing to do, but it couldn't get any more boring watching them doing nothing for the viewers. After the MCS explained why so, some of the viewers decided to sleep now to wake up when the excitement is on the verge of starting. The next morning, 8 a.m. VRRRRRR. VRRRRR. The booming sound of the plane's engines resounded in the entire forest. Felix and the rest put down the spoon from their mouths and raised their heads, looking at 3 planes high up in the sky. Those were actually the ones in their field of view as the rest were way further than them. "Finish up quick," Felix said while gulping down the hot vegetable soup in 2 mouthfuls. He then placed down the bowl and focused on the nearest upcoming plane. Luckily, it was approaching them while still holding into the package. They hoped that it could release it somewhat close to them but not right on top of them. After all, the last thing they wanted was for their newly erected camp to turn into a war zone for the package. Alas, the plane was getting closer and closer, yet the airdrop was still not in sight. Everyone stopped eating at once and just kept staring in nervousness at the plane that was right above their heads. Just as they thought that luck was going to F***ck them up, the plane went past them and carried on its journey. A few seconds later, a small dot could be seen dropping from the tail of the plane. It didn't take long for the parachute to inflate, and let everyone in the area notice the airdrop. "Ah, thank God." Johnson wiped his sweaty forehead and said, "I really thought it was going land in our camp." Alas, the moment Johnson mentioned this, the wind's speed increased noticeably and started pushing the airdrop in their direction instead of landing near its position. Everyone's eyes widened in panic at the sight of the airdrop getting closer and closer to their camp. They didn't know what the hell happened for their luck to switch to horrible in a single moment. But after remembering who spoke last, they all turned to the dumbfounded Johnson and glared at him in irritation. "Thank you for jinxing it again." Chapter 263, William Bentley, the Maestro of England. Johnson didn't dare to retort as he truly started to believe that his mouth was cursed. The last time in the camping mock practice, he also ended up jinxing them. Thus, he merely scratched the back of his head with an abashed expression. How are we going to play this? The stoic Lena saved him by saying with her eyebrows knitted, based on the current distance and speed of the package, it will touch the ground or a tree near us in the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes. If we act now, we still have a chance to relocate before everyone collapses on us. However, Felix had a different take than hers. Take only the tents and leave the rest untouched. Felix clapped both of his hands and informed, we are not going anywhere. We need to reduce the size of teams in the area. Otherwise, no matter where we locate, they will always be near us. And if we managed to get the tracker, they won't stop from hunting us down for it. Before they could ask how were they supposed to achieve so, Felix cracked his knuckles and said with a hidden glint, we will use synergy TFD. Everyone's eyes brightened up as they began to notice the feasibility of the synergy in their current state. However, soon Nathan shook his head and said, it won't work. No one is dumb enough to enter by their own will. Felix chuckled and pointed at Walton, then we just have to give them no choice but to enter. Walton scratched his red beard in bewilderment, as he had no idea what Felix was trying to imply. However, the quick-witted ones instantly saw through Felix's intentions, and all of their doubts about the plan succeeding went up to smoke. Not to waste time, Felix ordered everyone to take care of their tent and for Johnson to split from the team and start puffing fog. While doing those two tasks, they were discussing the plan and their roles in it telepathically. Although they had only 5 minutes tops, it was more than enough to understand their roles. The preparation camp wasn't utterly useless as everyone was already familiar with each other's abilities just like their own. It seems like our national team has an ace up their sleeves. However, Jana's excited tone soon died down after being shown by Michael that there were at least 10 teams aiming for the package that was about to land 20 meters north from the US team's camp. Worst of all, the England team was also rushing swiftly towards the camp. This team wasn't like any other as it was being led personally by the 4th ranker in the 10 elites list. William Bentley, the Maestro of England. After a short while. The hell? Is that smoke or fog? A stout man, wearing a white and red uniform with an England flag in its chest, exclaimed in bewilderment as he pointed his finger at a humongous cloud of fog. He ought to be feel startled as the cloud was encasing at least a 200-meter radius and still spreading like a plague. They could see that the package fell right into the center of this cloud and disappeared out of sight. He wasn't the only one surprised by the sudden rise of the fog, as all of the approaching teams had stopped at once and began revisiting their plans after the emergence of this variable. There was no **ing way for anyone to step forth into the fog without making sure to scout first. Sandra, please tell me the names of the fog elementalists participating in the competition. A slender man with a pretty face and long ash-gray hair voiced his request with a gentle tone. On it. A delicate girl with a small mole next to her upper lip, closed her eyes shut while leaning against a tree. A few moments later, she started murmuring, there are only 3 users, one belongs to the Cuban team, another to the Mozambique team, and lastly one in the American team. She opened her eyes and asked, Captain William, should I dive deeper and find more information? William waved his hand and said, no need, you will be just harming your mind and we still need your mental abilities in the next battle. Obedient, Sanda deactivated her active ability Panmenzia, which allows her to enhance her memory for a limited time and gain access to the memories that were stored deep within her mind. In normal cases, she wouldn't have been able to recall them unless there was a stimulus. This ability had no relation to the element as she had unlocked it from the memory eater octopus, a water elemental beast known for consuming the memories of its prey. Since the bloodliners were able to unlock both the elemental abilities gotten from the primogenitors and the evolutionary traits, she lucked out on this ability. The American team this is going to be troublesome. Thoughtful, William rested his chin on his hand as he recalled the videos of the American team's battles. Especially the finals. He might not know much about the other 2 teams as it was impossible to know every bloodliner participating in this competition, but for Felix and his teammates, his memory was still vivid about them. Thus, he knew if the fog had any relation to the American team, they needed to be at their tiptoes in every step they take. Especially when they know that Felix could erupt those red pillars under their feet without even seeing him due to the fog. "What's the plan, Captain?" the stout man asked. "Should we wait until the fog clears out? I doubt it will last for more than 10 minutes. His meaning was clear: Johnson's energy wouldn't be able to sustain such a large amount of fog released. If they played it slow, they wouldn't need to think of anything, as the fog would disappear by itself in the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes, depending on Johnson's energy tank. Alas, those thoughts were removed from his mind after hearing thrilled shouts and furious ones being emitted from within the fog. "I got the tracker, split up and run. F***ck. He stabbed me in the thigh and stole the tracker. Chase him down. It's in the hand of the Cuban team's captain. I can't see shit. Someone block him." Boom. Boom. Rumble. The moment the noises of explosions were added to the voices of bloodliners fighting, a scene of complete chaos was painted vaguely in the minds of the bloodliners standing outside of the fog. Some of them clearly heard the noises like they were just next to them, while some only heard far-off echoes. However, all of them shared expressions of agitation, of anxiety. They were planning before on staying outside until the fog clears out, just like the burly man thought, but now? They weren't so sure anyone. Especially when it was clear as crystal that some teams had already entered the fog before them and started battling with each other. If the unique voices hadn't exceeded already 10, they would have assumed that a team was trying to bait them into entering the fog. However, the voices were so distinct from each other, even a layman would know that it was impossible to fake them. "Stop him! He is trying to dig a tunnel and escape." Alas, the teams weren't given that much time to consider all options, as the moment they heard the term tunnel, the captains immediately ordered for their team to rush inside the fog and secure the tracker. They were hoping before for the holder of the tracker to exit the fog and pin him down without the need to endanger themselves. But digging a tunnel? They understood that allowing it to happen was the same as giving up the tracker. God knows when the next airdrop would land in this area again. Boom, boom, rumble. "Captain, should we make a move as well?" Feverish and stirred by the sounds of the battles, the stout man covered himself in a suit made of clay, making him resemble a brown golem. "Give me a second, Roger." Focused, William extended a finger in Roger's direction while having his eyes closed shut. Upon seeing so, everyone went as quiet as mouse. They knew that William was using one of his abilities, and as sound elementalist, absolute silence was needed on those occasions. Otherwise, his abilities wouldn't reach their full potential. A couple of seconds later, William started chuckling while covering his mouth with the side of his fist. He looked at the fog that was getting affected by the chaos and mused, to actually possess an ability that allows the user to change his voice as he pleased, what a lucky individual. His teammates got shocked at hearing him say so. They didn't think that in the end, AF***ing team was still trying to bait them. They didn't doubt their captain's insight, since they knew that he must have used his passive ability sound recognition that let him study the sounds that he heard and notice the tiniest differentiation in them. Therefore, everyone could be fooled but William Bentley. "Hide yourselves deeply," William ordered while climbing a tree. "We will wait until that team exposes themselves and ambush them." Dutiful, the stout man deactivated his golem morphing ability and hid in a tree just like the rest of his teammates. Although they knew that the fog was a trap, they had absolutely no intentions of informing the rest of the teams. In their eyes, the fog was doing them a favor as well by reducing the number of contestants without lifting even a finger. They hoped that by the time the chaos inside of it ends, only a team or two get left behind. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number *51579304944910847 for visiting. At that point, the tracker would be theirs to grasp. Chapter 264, The Fog of Despair. Meanwhile, within the fog, Felix and the rest were being led by Johnson while firing off destructive abilities at the trees. Adam was using his magma abilities while Noah straightaway raptured trees by single swing with his ice mace. The rest were also doing their part by screaming and shouting provocative sentences. However, they soon stopped after Johnson informed them that he had felt 90 unique new presence entering the fog. Without needing Felix's orders, everyone caught each other's hands and started getting led by Johnson into a fir tree that resembled a Creesma's tree. They were forced to hold hands since they were barely able to see 1 meter in front of them. Meanwhile, Johnson's vision wasn't affected in the slightest by his fog. Thus, he took over the leadership of the team inside the fog. "We are here," he said as he knocked on the tree, making everyone notice its position. He then watched them climb the tree one by one before each branch was holding a member. "I am going now." Upon seeing that no one had fallen or something like that, Johnson turned around and sprinted away. He had other tasks to achieve. "Are you guys ready?" Kenny asked while lying on top of a branch. "Yes. Yes." The moment he received positive confirmation from everyone, he activated his second active ability, Darkness Shroud. Everyone abruptly froze stiffly in their position after getting engulfed in a sphere of darkness. No one dared to move even slightly as they knew that Kenny's ability would be deactivated instantly. They couldn't afford to be without it, as this ability would be their guardian angel against bloodliners with vision abilities. As long as they remain motionless inside of it, their existence would completely disappear. However, since it was only a rare Tier 1 ability, it had glaring weaknesses. The first and foremost would be the inability to move or speak. Otherwise, the shroud would break and reveal those within it. The second one would be the fact that the darkness shroud was visible. If this ability were used in daylight, the shroud would appear just like a medium-sized black sphere. However, inside the fog, where everyone's vision was reduced to the bare minimum, they wouldn't be noticed at all. The last weakness would be those inside the shroud couldn't see what was going on outside. They were utterly blinded, just like they were placed in a pitch-black room. This was the reason why Johnson didn't hide with them. In his fog, he could feel, see, and also avoid any detection ability on him due to his fog camouflage. This meant he was almost untouchable inside his fog. It was better to use him as their eyes in the fog instead of keeping him near them. He stopped digging the tunnel. "Chase him down!" Two abrupt unique voices resounded loudly in the area and echoed further away. Upon hearing so, Felix informed, "Walton, that's enough. Most of the teams have been lured inside." "All right, I was getting tired anyway. My throat had gone dry from screaming all by myself," Walton replied. "Nicely done. Good work." Everyone started praising him for his efforts, as they knew that no one would have gotten baited inside the fog without Walton. All of this due to a combination of his two abilities, voice mimicry and echo orb. Voice mimicry was a passive ability that let him mimic precisely the people's voices that he heard. Since he knew that he would be fighting against bloodliners, he didn't mind listening carefully to a couple of them and mimic exactly their voices and accents. Now, he used this library of voices that he learned to lure in those teams. However, since the fog had at least a 200-meter radius, his voice couldn't reach every bloodliner outside the fog. Thus, he relied on his peak active ability, Echo Orb, which creates small orbs of winds that held voices inside and even wind abilities inside. He created many orbs, which were holding different sentences with different voices. He then planted them in different places and exploded them periodically, creating flawless chaotic battle scenes that managed to fool everyone. Well, almost everyone, since William wasn't fooled. But that was an exception, as he was the perfect counter for Walton's abilities. With that being said, Walton was currently away from the team to take care of those orbs and avoid attracting a group near Felix and the rest. After 2 minutes or so, Johnson noticed that the teams were finally getting closer to each other. Soon, boom, boom, arg, arg. "That's it, keep fighting. Johnson grinned at the sight of tens of bloodliners throwing elemental abilities at random. Some used mini tornadoes to get rid of the fog, while some tried to evaporate it with fire. After all, they didn't dare to toggle deep without attempting to clear out their vision. Alas, some of those abilities ended up hitting others who didn't see them coming. This offset a war inside the fog where every team moved with their backs against each other and hit anyone who wasn't part of them. In their eyes, it was better to strike first than wait until they get bombarded. However, the tracker was still their main target, and most of the teams were moving towards the last place where the package was dropped. Since they couldn't see the holder of the tracker yet, it was much better to secure the package first and start from there. Otherwise, they would be roaming inside the fog without a purpose, and they couldn't afford to win every second an elemental ability get hurled in their direction. Thankfully, the trees were taking the brunt of most abilities. Even if some abilities unluckily landed on a team, there was always a shield placed by the buffer. If the shield didn't manage to handle the power of abilities, a healer was always placed in the middle of the team's formation. This made it somewhat tough to kill each other since the healer was always there to get back in shape. Johnson, who was looking at all of this happening, didn't seem bothered by it. He just kept moving inside the fog like he owned the place. Johnson update? Felix asked. 3 teams are on their way to the package while the others are getting held back by constant fights. So far, I only noticed 3 corpses. Johnson sent a message to everyone. As expected, everyone is on their tiptoes, making them take a tight defensive stance. Adam gave out his own input. I think we need to be proactive before Johnson's energy runs out. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, *51598145087397388 for visiting. Everyone agreed with this notion, as their main plan was to wait until the teams killed each other or at least get forced into retreating due to heavy injuries. But, it was evident that all of the teams took a defensive stance to the next level, retaliating only when provoked instead of entering a free-for-all battle. If they kept waiting, the package would be taken from them, which was left untouched due to time constraints. Even the tracker was still inside. Worst of all, Johnson's energy was getting drained rapidly by trying his best to sustain this humongous cloud of fog and also keep releasing more from time to time to recover the lost moisture due to the battles. All right, Johnson, please lead us to the biggest CLU.S. tour of teams. Felix ordered as he jumped from the tree, revealing himself and the others to the bloodliners with vision abilities. Let's try and get rid of them in under 2 minutes. The moment Felix said so, everyone jumped from the tree and entered a tight battle formation. They put the girls in the center while the rest encircled them. However, they didn't move as they were waiting for Johnson to arrive. I am here. The instant Johnson reached the team, he retook the lead. 5 teams are in my 9 o'clock. The nearest one is only 50 to 60 meters away from us. Move out. Felix could clearly see those 5 teams moving as slow as a snail while throwing abilities once in a while to check around them. It was clear that those teams didn't have a bloodliner with a good vision ability for this situation. If they did, they would have been part of those 3 teams, which were about to reach the package. This made Felix know that his team was currently invisible in their eyes. Activate your abilities. Felix ordered as he snapped his finger, creating 2 bloodish red bombs. He then swiftly made one absorb the other, making it double its size. He wasn't done yet, as he repeated this process twice under 1 second, creating a 3 times bigger bomb than his usual one. However, instead of throwing it out, he waited for Adam to use his molten rocks on the nearest team. This was a basic synergy between them, which they trained in the preparation camp. Johnson, help me aim. Adam requested while standing still with a rain of molten rocks gathered above his head. Since he was blind, he didn't want to throw his ability to hit the trees instead. They are currently standing 10 meters in your 11 o'clock. If you threw your ability in that direction, 30% or so will probably be blocked by the 2 trees next to them. Johnson informed swiftly. Thank you. Polite as always, Adam showed his appreciation by showing full trust in Johnson's aim. He swiftly faced 11 o'clock and hurled those molten rocks with all of his strength. Whoosh whoosh. The fog was getting evaporated in the air due to the heat emitted by those molten rocks. However, before the targeted team could comprehend the approaching tens of bright red rocks, they smashed into their glass-like barriers. Boom! Boom! Alas, their tight formation made it easier to get all of them rained upon without exceptions, even though some of the molten rocks had collided with the trees. Shatter! Shatter! The shields weren't strong enough to tank the destructiveness of Adam's ability as they got busted into tiny fragments instantly. We are under attack from 5 o'clock. The captain of the assaulted team was a brown-skinned tall man with bushy eyebrows. Right now, those eyebrows were knitted in nervousness and alarm. He didn't expect an attack to arrive so fast and hard, leaving them N.A.K.E.D like this without single protection on. Just as the buffer in their team tried to recreate the shields again, one bloodish red bomb that had a basketball size came out of nowhere and exploded within their tight formation. Poof! Immediately after, a cloud of red mist engulfed the entire team, putting them under its effect. Since no one expected to be hit by poison, they weren't holding their breaths. Thud! 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 One by one, they fell to the ground, losing consciousness at once. Since they would be out for only 5 seconds, Noah and Nathan stepped in and knocked them clean in the head. This would leave them unconscious for at least 5 minutes, making them automatically disqualified by the Queen and marked by her so others wouldn't attack them. If they did decide to do so, they would be punished by the ESG organization. Obviously, the disqualified bloodliners would be punished if they decided to attack someone during their wait for extraction. Hence, Felix and the rest didn't remain and waste time finishing them off but went for the next team in line, which was the closest to them. They repeated the same strategy on all of the remaining 4 teams. Johnson giving off direction and helping them aim, Adam uses his ability to break off the barriers or shields. Felix followed it with his high-potential bomb, which was enlarged by his poison absorption passive to force them unconscious. Then, Noah, Nathan, and Kenny take it from there. Team after a team had fallen to this synergy without seeing even the outfits of their assailants. All of this because they didn't have abilities related to senses, which would have made them notice Felix's team the moment they stepped near them. This meant, besides having those abilities, there was absolutely no other counter to the Fog of Despair synergy. It was a synergy created in the preparation camp solely to put the team in a favorable environment, where their abilities thrive. Chapter 265, A Spiteful Retaliation? The US team has successfully eliminated 5 teams at once without losing a single hair strand. Jana commentated in excitement, "What a marvelous strategy and synergy." Her excitement was being shared by the millions of live viewers, who were spamming in the stream chat pog and wow emojis in a frenzy, making it impossible to read the actual written sentences. Sigh, if only the drone's vision wasn't hindered as well by the fog, the battles would be more thrilling to watch. Dejected, Michael sighed while looking at the stream screen showing everything in black and green, giving them a somewhat clear overview of what's happening within the fog. Alas, they could forget about seeing the thrill of abilities clashing together and such, as they couldn't even differentiate between the teams. If the 2 drones weren't programmed to follow only the US team, they would have already lost them and started watching another team unbeknownst to them. Thus, the viewers never actually saw the abilities used by Felix's team. This left them guessing if they used anything new in their battles or not. Meanwhile, Felix and the rest immediately started moving towards the package position, following Johnson, who started showing exhaustion signs. "John, energy?" Felix asked. 30% and declining rapidly. Johnson replied. "All right, don't puff out any more fog, just try to sustain the created one for 5 minutes or so," Felix said while gazing at 2 teams, one to his left and the other to his right. They were walking slowly in the same direction as them. He decided to ignore them for now since the three nearest teams to the package had already made it to the center of the fog, where the package was stuck on a tree. Before long, one of them would climb the tree and find it. Then, he could open it up right there and see that the tracker was still inside. Felix was certain that they would take it and escape instead of securing the entire package since it was heavy and bulky. He didn't want to be forced into chasing them down, as more variables would come up the further they stray from the plan. But in reality, he was just lazy to put in such an extra effort. "We are here." Johnson sent a message while narrowing his eyes at three bloodliners climbing up a tree each. Meanwhile, their teammates were guarding them underneath, turning their heads back and forth akin to radars. Since his vision was left intact, he watched them from 20 meters or so behind a tree. He wasn't about getting found out by bloodliners with vision abilities since the known range for the best rare Tier 1 vision ability was merely 10 meters. Damn it! It's the Canadian team. John knitted his eyebrows in annoyance after seeing the red maple flag of Canada in their outfits. He knew that it would be problematic for them to make a move since the US and Canada were close allies. And they were explicitly given orders by George to avoid battles with them since it wouldn't be suitable for the country to have its team eliminating its oldest and closest ally. Obviously, this applied to only close allies and not everyone. That being said, Johnson didn't give a shit as it was the captain's problem to handle, not his. He gave out his report and tried his best to hold himself from sitting due to exhaustion. Canada. So bothersome. Felix scratched his nose in vexation. He wanted to send a message by the Queen, warning them to leave. But, communication between teams was blocked. He didn't want to shout his threat out loud since it was stupid as he would be giving off the team's position plus their identity. Besides, shouting would be disrespectful and humiliating as the Canadian team would absolutely not retreat while under their citizens' watch. By Felix shouting threat, he would be actually giving them no choice but to battle him. If they did, he would *CK them up pretty badly. This would embarrass the country even more. He truly wanted to avoid the political storm that would rise after so. He could already envision the shitty news about it. *CK it, just go around them. Felix waved his hand dismissively. After we take care of the other two and the fog clears out, both the team and their countrymen will see the aftermath. And they are not stupid to not realize the price of fighting us. Upon hearing so, Johnson turned left and carried on moving, thoroughly ignoring the Canadian team, who were wasting time searching empty trees. Boom! Bam! Arg! However, just as he took the first step, the sounds of explosions and people groaning resounded thunderously from the direction he was heading to. The team didn't need to ask Johnson to see what's going on as the wind produced from those massive explosions had hurled the fog in every direction, clearing out an entire area. This led the team to see with their own eyes, two teams going at it. The ones on the left had an infuriated expression, while the others on the right were either shaking their heads in disappointment or had an annoyed expression. And in the middle of their battle, there was a silver metallic box that was at least a 1 meter cubic size. Its surface was still L.U.S.True and unaffected by the fire, ice, and acidic mist surrounding it. If it wasn't for the parachute burning next to it, anyone would have assumed that this chest was a bank safe and not the package. Felix and the rest instantly hid behind the closest thing to them. They started watching the battle in intrigue. They had not a single thought of intervening before they understood the entire situation. Should I hold the fog to keep the area visible? Johnson asked swiftly after seeing that his fog was coming back again. Do it. Felix agreed. After he received a confirmation, Johnson manually forced the fog to freeze. Alas, before Olivia and the rest could appreciate having their visibility back, the battle had ended just as it began. No one was attacking anymore as both teams retreated further from each other, leaving the package all alone in the center of the area, appearing like a trophy begging to be taken. However, those two teams merely sent two bloodliners in the direction of the package. The moment they reached 5 meters away from it, they stopped and started staring at each other with opposite expressions. The man on the right side of the package had an afro-like hairstyle and was wearing a red and black outfit. He was looking nonchalantly at a petite girl with short braided caramel hair. Upon seeing that she was giving him an unfriendly vibe, he clicked his tongue in irritation. I guess we can only split the package now. I apologize on behalf of the team for striking first. Unlike his hidden irritation, the Afro man bowed his head politely and added, but the moment my teammate noticed the noisy footsteps of your team approaching us rapidly, we had no choice but to send a warning shot. Warning shot. The girl snorted in derision at the man's apology. She glanced at 4 of her teammates, who were passed out with scorched black skin or frozen in ice, and gritted her teeth in resentment. Angola Captain, do you take me for a fool? She yelled, who the F***ck fires a warning shot with tens of elemental abilities all at once. If my shields weren't strong enough to handle your warning shot, my entire team would have been wiped out. She was not mad that he was aiming for the kill since that was to be expected in this competition. But from the fact that he tried to play it differently after his attempt failed. She knew that he wanted to silence them by one single attack and escape with the entire package under cover of what remained from the fog. However, now that he failed, he clearly didn't want to enter a battle with them anymore. He knew that other teams wouldn't take long before reaching here and collapse on both of their teams after they noticed the sealed package. The Angola captain merely scratched his cheek carelessly. Didn't I already apologize? It was an honest mistake. Now, how about we talk this out peaceful? F***ck off. The braided girl didn't wait for him to finish off his bullshit as she flipped him the finger and retreated to her teammates. Then, she did the unexpected as she shouted at the top of her voice, the package is here with the Angola captain. Her voice was loud enough, it traveled far and beyond, reaching even the disqualified teams who regained their consciousness and retreated outside of the fog. Good luck sending warning shots to all of the teams at once, you F***er. Spiteful and somewhat frustrated, she glared at him one last time before turning around and bolting with her team in the opposite direction. It was clear that she already informed her team about her sudden outburst as her teammates piggybacked those 4 heavily injured bloodliners. Meanwhile, the Angola captain just kept looking at them retreating into the fog with mouth agape, not knowing how did things derail from his expectations so fast. He knew that any smart and reliable captain would never do what she did, even if they were offended and insulted. Why? Simple actually. They were F***ing representing their entire country and given massive responsibility to bring them as many flags as possible. Those flags translate to representative slots, which translate to having votes in the World Council. Having those votes meant actually influencing the decision-making. Yet, the girl under the public watch of her country had just given up on a chance to get the tracker to spite him? He didn't think for a second that was even possible. He wasn't the only one shocked by the girl's irresponsible retaliation, as even the viewers from each country's stream were left in disbelief. Michael swiftly broke out of his daze and swiped his finger at the Malaysians' stream, wanting to check if the citizen of Malaysia were barraging their captain with insults or not. However, when he looked at the chat and saw that the viewers were actually spamming applause emoji for their captain, he was left bewildered. Since this was a foreign stream, the Malaysian team's language and the viewers sounded like gibberish to him. Therefore, he requested from the all-knowing Queen to translate. After reading the chat this time, his confusion was cleared out instantly. He couldn't help but commentate it out loud for the American viewers. Their healer was part of the 4 heavily wounded bloodliners. The moment Jana and the viewers heard this, they immediately recognized that the Malaysian captain did the right thing. After all, if their healer was unconscious and heavily wounded, there was no way that the captain was going to carry on remaining next to the Angola captain. He was bound to see that her teammates weren't getting healed back in shape and figure out that he had luckily managed to take down the healer in the previous elemental salvo. By then, he wouldn't bother to waste his time talking as he would straightway carry on the battle. Thus, the package was already lost for the Malaysian team, which explains the girl's frustration. However, instead of just running away, she wanted to ruin the Angola team's chances of getting the package. Alas, she made it difficult for all of the teams, Felix's included. So bothersome. His annoyed expression as he looked at the fast-approaching two teams from the back said it all. Chapter 266, Well, hello there. However, his eyes soon brightened up after noticing that the shields of the Angola team were turned off due to the buffer probably wanting to save up on energy for any upcoming battles. After all, no one was in sight and they couldn't keep the shields active forever. The buffer's energy wasn't infinite. Despite so, Felix noticed that a shield was left on a man in the middle of the formation. He guessed that was probably the healer. Change of plans, we are striking first. Felix informed his team while manifesting red bombs in his hand. Meanwhile, the Angola captain had ordered his team to prepare for a retreat with a livid expression. After so, he swiftly went to the silver package and keyed in a password on a screen that was on the top of the chest. The password was given to him by the instructor after the gathering, just like everyone else. Peep. The moment he heard the sound and saw that the small screen had turned green, he clasped on the grip of the door and opened it wide. Poof! However, just as he wanted to look inside, he was smacked in the face with a bloodish red bomb, making him blink his eyes once in confusion before they rolled at the back of his head. Thud! Captain! His teammate shouted in worry after seeing their captain fall to the ground unexpectedly. Alas, they weren't given a single chance to think things through, as one massive bloodish red bomb was sent in their direction. With Felix's behemoth strength that could slap a first-stage bloodliner to death, the bomb thrown by him traveled so fast, it neither appeared in the eyes of the bloodliners nor the stream. Poof! Just like their captain, their faces were packed with raw confusion before their eyelids closed shut after getting engulfed inside a humongous cloud of red mist. Thud thud thud! The bodies lying randomly on the ground just showed the viewers the true horror of getting ambushed by Felix without having protection shields on. There was no resistance, no back and forth fight, just two bombs were all it took for an entire team made of the elites of Angola to be sent packing home. Upon seeing that everyone was already on the ground, Felix and his teammates dashed from the woods and split up in their way. Felix went for the package and the captain, while the rest went to disqualify the passed-out team and take care of the dumbfounded healer, the only survivor from the ambush. Alas, being a healer meant that he was a sitting duck for Noah and the rest. Only after seeing Noah knocking the scared healer out cold, did the viewers from the stream regain their wits back. What was that? Michael stuttered with widened eyes. The Angola team was done for just like that? He didn't dare to believe his eyes, neither did the viewers. They knew that Felix had poison bombs and poison pillars, but the ambush happened so fast they didn't even know what ability Felix used. The fact that the inducement was changed from paralyzed to hypotension made their thoughts get disarrayed even further. After all, they still had no idea that Felix was able to switch to multiple inducements. This made them assume first that Felix had just used his peak active ability instead of poison bombs. Especially when the last bomb's explosion was big enough to cover the entire team. However, this didn't explain to them why was the first bomb red and small just like his paralyze bombs. It wasn't just them, who were left in utter bewilderment and shock. As the Canadian team, who were planning to make a move at the Angola captain, froze in their positions with cold sweat running down their spine. They never thought that another team was lying this close to them. Worst of all, they were strong enough to take care of an entire team in less than 5 seconds. CA. Captain, he is taking the tracker. A smart-looking girl, wearing circular glasses, stuttered in fear and anxiety at the sight of Felix, playing with a black device in his hand. The ripped-open package of the tracker was lying next to his feet. The captain's expression turned ugly instantly after seeing the American flag in Felix's jacket. He realized that his team had been screwed big time by not making the first move. After all, if the US team were given orders to not harm them, the Canadian team were also given the same orders. If they ambushed Felix and his teammates under the public view of the world, the political storm would whirl in their direction. He didn't know if Felix made the first move intentionally or it was merely a stroke of bad luck on their side. But what he did know was that as long as the tracker was in the hands of Felix, they could forget about getting it by using force. The other teams are coming here. The Canadian captain ordered, hide deeply and wait until the tracker lands in the hands of another team. Then, we might have a chance to get it back. Although his teammates were still frightened by Felix's ability, they still didn't cower and run away just because of it. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _51621824829483958 for visiting. Unless there was absolutely zero chance of getting the tracker, not a single team would dare to withdraw under the observation of their citizen. So far, the Canadian team still had a chance since they noticed that the only reason Felix's ambush worked so well was due to the Angola team's shields were turned off. They weren't retarded to repeat the same mistake. Not leaving Hui. Felix glanced in their direction with a faint playful smile, making the Canadian team shiver at the thought that he could see them. However, soon they sighed in relief after seeing that he was glancing in every direction. They assumed that he was worried about getting collapsed on by the other teams. "Captain, they are all out cold," Johnson said loudly as he approached Felix with the rest. Meanwhile, he sent a mental message, "The two teams are here. One in front and the other to my right. All right, start part 2 of the improvised plan." Felix notified them in secret while speaking out loud, "Carry whatever you can and escape into the fog." "Arg! Captain, my energy is about to run out." Johnson clasped into his heart dramatically, making Felix's eyebrows twitch. But he still played along and shouted while holding a black box on his shoulder, "Just hold for 30 seconds. I can't." "Arg!" Johnson let out one last groan before dropping into the ground with his eyes closed shut and limbs spread further apart. The posture he chose truly appeared like a starfish. The moment he dropped, the fog encasing the entire area disappeared immediately like it was never there. Promptly, the entire forest brightened up by the sunlight again, exposing everything within it. The viewers were speechless after noticing from above, two teams were in the process of preparing an elemental salvo from both directions of the package, aiming at Felix and the others. Now with the fog gone, they were exposed red-handed to everyone. The colorful effects of the abilities were too hard to miss. "Well, hello there." Felix addressed the dumbstruck teams casually with a hand wave. Seeing that he didn't receive a response, he coughed and asked, "Are you going to carry on with your ambush? Should we turn our backs and act like we didn't see you?" At this moment, both the teams knew that a lifelong embarrassment was going to stick with them until their death. They couldn't imagine how they looked in the eyes of the world after this shitty ambush and they didn't dare to imagine it. It was already embarrassing enough to get caught like this with their abilities prepared. Yet, they had to end up landing in this situation next to Felix, who wouldn't hesitate to make fun of them for it. Fortunately, Felix's aim wasn't on them but on the Canadian team, who were hiding on branches and using leaves as cover. When the fog was still around, the visibility was impaired since there wasn't much sunlight to work with. Thus, although the Canadian team wasn't exactly in the fog, they weren't worried about being noticed. Especially when they were keeping quite a distance from the package. But now? The sunlight exposed some bits of their outfits and they couldn't do anything about it since the moment they moved, it would just get worse for them. Just as they were feeling thankful about those two teams attracting the attention of the US team, they were horrified to see that every member of the US team turned in their direction with cunning grins. Chills coursed in their back after seeing their grins as they knew that whatever was about to come wasn't going to please them one bit. "Friends from Canada?" Felix scratched his nose with a polite smile as he asked, "How about you do us a favor by helping us take care of those two?" "God damn it." The Canadian captain's expression turned unsightly the instant he heard so. He knew that he had fallen into an unenviable situation. Chapter 267, forcing out an alliance. The Canadian captain guessed that his team's position was already compromised while they were still within the fog. After all, he understood that it was impossible to know which country they were representing without seeing the flag on their chest or know someone in their team. They were hidden almost perfectly on the trees, giving off only bits of their clothes. Thus, it was impossible to rely on that and figure out their identity. Now their plan of waiting until the tracker lands in others' hands wasn't even an available option since they were requested help from their country's ally. If they rejected the request under the world's eyes, it would look neither pretty for them nor for their country. He didn't have the thought of acting deaf to Felix's request since they were bound to show themselves sooner or later. Left with no options, the Canadian captain jumped from the tree followed by his teammates. They immediately gathered and entered a battle formation. Everyone's eyes were on the Canadian captain, wondering what would be his response. Even the two teams withdrew their abilities at once since they already lost most of the advantage. If they attacked now, Felix and the rest would be able to dodge the abilities salvo while letting a few hit the water spheres that were protecting them. 20 meters distance or so was more than enough for even a bloodliner with trash reflexes to react in time. Plus, they had no intention of helping the Canadian captain out of his plight. They were happy enough to have their embarrassing scene replaced with another unrelated to them. After a couple of seconds of silence, the Canadian captain coughed and replied in dejection, "As much as I want to offer my assistance to my dear American friends, I am afraid that we can't." He swiftly clarified, "The competition rules forbid the teams from helping each other, and I don't want my team and my country to be punished by the organization." Alas, his excuse didn't even take root in the mind of the listeners before Felix exposed him nonchalantly, "We are banned from assisting each other in collecting flags or sharing the tracker, not fighting. If you don't want to help, just say so." Felix shook his head in disappointment as he placed down the tracker back on the package and closed it again. He didn't want the items inside to be damaged by the upcoming battle. He turned to his teammates and ordered, "Prepare for battle, it's going to be just us." Johnson, who was acting dead for a while, immediately stood up and scoffed, "If we knew that our country's relationship meant so little to you, we wouldn't have stopped ambushing you in the fog earlier." "Forget it, Johnson." Kenny smiled bitterly as his body turned invisible, "It is what it is." The more the Canadian team heard, the uglier their expression got. Their country's image was literally getting ruined live, especially after what Johnson had just mentioned. They didn't know if that was true or not, but they were inclining to believe it as they discerned that the US team wouldn't dare to lie to them. After all, they might not know but the viewers sure did. This meant, the US team truly showed them mercy when they could have ambushed them. From the end result of Felix's ambush on the Angola team, they knew that the outcome of their team wouldn't be any different. In the eyes of both countries, it would seem that the US team had honored their close alliance while the Canadian team didn't. That was the last thing that the Canadian captain wanted to see. King politics ruining everything as always. He cursed in his mind while showing a different attitude on the outside, "You got it all wrong. My team will gladly support our dear friends if it was just about battles." He walked forward with his chest pushed out, "Let us handle the Philippine team. They are all yours." Felix smiled faintly while turning his head back in front. Then, he started sizing up the other team who was wearing a white outfit stripped with blue lines. He looked at their flag and noticed that it belonged to the Argentinian team. Not that it matters much to him, as even with 5 teams ganging up on him, he would be able to demolish them all at once. However, he didn't want to use any abnormal brute force in this competition unless he was pushed into doing so. Prick. The Canadian cursed Felix in his mind while giving him a polite head nod. He then focused on the Philippine team, who were also facing them with a solemn expression. The situation turned into 2 against 2, which was to the liking of everyone except for the Canadian team, who were forced into this. "Captain, we need to be careful of those red pillars." A lanky man with long thin arms reaching his knees warned with a nervous expression. His teammates flinched after remembering the video they watched of those red pillars destroying the Hilton team that was close to their strength back then. However, their captain merely cracked his knuckles and ordered, "The moment you notice that your barrier was broken, hold your breaths," and withdrew at the back of the formation until Santiago shield you again. Upon seeing that his teammates nodded their heads in resolution, he smirked one last time before snapping both of his fingers, activating his morphing ability. Two abrupt huge lumps started to emerge from both sides of his waist. Alas, those lumps didn't come out peacefully, as the pain of having his skin wrapped like that made the Argentine team take quick and short breaths like a woman having contractions before birth. The pain he was experiencing was understandable, as those two huge lamps continued to extend forward slowly while shaping up into two bestial arms. They appeared like they belonged to reptile species with their thick blue skin and white bent claws. The instant the transformation was over, the Argentinian captain loosened up his tightened fists and started opening and closing his bestial hands until he was doing it at a faster speed than his real hands. Look and behold at those two bad boys. The Argentinian straightened up his back in pride as he kept Loki flaunting those two arms by moving them around. His teammates completely ignored this sight as they simply focused on activating their abilities as well. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number $51628713997040057 for visiting. Two of them morphed like their captain and another disappeared out of sight after leaning against a tree. Meanwhile, the rest either had elemental abilities fully prepared for launch or were buffing out the frontliners. Yet, they still didn't attack as they were waiting for the captain's order. Currently, their captain was paying close attention to Noah's and Nathan's transformation that was on the verge of finishing. For Noah, his arms morphed into Yeti's giant arms, which were laced with a thick white fur. On the other hand, Nathan's morphing ability, which he got after reaching the greater purity, turned his legs into a furless brown kangaroo's ones. He was hopping on his place while having his hands situated in front of him in a boxing posture. With his bronze metallic shimmer on his entire skin, it was clear that his fighting style was going to be up close. Tisk, not bad. A bit salty by the dashing appearance of his foe's morphing abilities, the Argentinian captain clicked his tongue while stepping forward with his team as one, advancing in a slow and careful manner. They had their shields up, their abilities up, they were set for battle. "Walton, where are you it?" Unworried about the approaching team, Felix asked while snapping both of his fingers, creating two bloodish red bombs inside his jacket's pockets. His teammates were already ready and waiting simply for his order to move. "I am already here," Walton responded while lying between bushes 30 meters or so away from the team, peeking at the current situation with only one eye. Before the fog cleared out, he was given orders by Felix to head straight for the package area. But since his vision was hindered by the fog, he was going even slower than the others. Thankfully, after the fog went away, he was able to cast Upsurge and fly here, making it just in time. "Good, go flank them with Kenny. We will be holding them down." Boom! Whoosh! Phew! Before Felix could finish up his orders, the sound of abilities clashing against each other or landing on the pitiful trees rumbled from behind him. He took a quick glance and noticed that the Canadian team was using abilities as cover for their four frontliners to close up the distance, while the Philippine team was doing its best to foil their advancement by barraging them with tens of abilities at once. As they fired those abilities, they kept retreating one step at a time in a single formation like an ordered army. Fire, one step back. Fire, one step back. Rinse and repeat. Since the elemental abilities fired were just fireballs, ice lances, wind blades, and those kinds of low-tide abilities, they were able to keep spamming them without worrying too much about their energy consumption. They might be small and low-tiered, but those abilities sure pack a punch if they directly landed on a bloodliner. This led the Canadian frontliners to struggle into advancing as their entire focus was put on dodging those abilities. They might be shielded and protected, but they knew that if the shield took too much damage, it would end up breaking and they would be required to return next to their buffer to get shielded again. Upon seeing their struggle, Felix chuckled in a mis.e.m.e.nt as he thought, I should be nice and give them 5% of the package's content. Felix. Focus. Chapter 268, Against the Argentinian Team. Hearing Olivia's voice, Felix turned around and saw that the Argentinian captain was rushing towards them with clear fervor and excitement written all over his face. To his sides, he had those two morphed bloodliners. One had wooden-like drills instead of arms and the other kept slithering on the ground akin to a serpent. Not one of them was carrying an external weapon as everything was banned besides using one's own abilities. Thus, those three bloodliners had to fight against Noah's ice mace that weighed almost a ton. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience. Please click number._51645711313322122 for visiting. That's only if they managed to make it in one piece. As the moment Adam felt confident in his aim to land his hellfire salvo at them without losing most of the molten rocks to the trees in his way, he waved both of his hands down and sent those molten rocks flying rapidly at those three. Boom boom! Dodge at all cost! The Argentinian captain screamed loudly while rolling out of those molten rocks' path, which were raining down on them akin to a mini meteor shower. His teammates didn't want to test the limit of their shields by playing around with fire, so they gave up on their advancement and hid behind trees, using them as cover. However, they didn't just hide there and wait to get bombarded again, as the elemental rangers decided to return the favor by throwing their abilities all together, aiming at the backlands, where Felix was standing with Olivia, Lexi, and Lena. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing a bunch of elemental abilities falling in their direction, Felix and the girls gave up on their positioning as they spread out swiftly and took cover behind the nearest tree. Boom bam! Frightened, Olivia sat behind a tree with her hands covering her ears, trying to block the loud noise of explosions happening near her. Anyone in her position would feel like they were thrown in the middle of an active war zone, where grenades were exploding each second non-stop. Felix, who was feeling satisfied by Olivia dodging by herself for the first time ever, sighed in vexation at the sight of her closing her ears and eyes with a scared expression, appearing like a kitten in the rain. Well, at least her feet moved this time instead of freezing as always. In the end, Felix was still a bit content with her small improvement. A few seconds later, the barrage had ended, taking with it two innocent trees as they were utterly scorched black. Not hearing any more noise, Olivia opened her eyes and peeked with one eye warily. Soon, she noticed that Noah and Nathan were already moving up in direction of the Argentinian captain and those two frontliners. While Noah just kept running forward recklessly while dragging the ice mace behind him, Nathan was using his kangaroo's legs to hop from a tree branch to another. Since the distance was already quite close between the front lines, it didn't take even a couple of seconds before Noah and Nathan met up with their foes. "Brother Noah, take care of those two while I am holding the captain," Nathan informed while bending his knees to limit on a branch, appearing like he was building momentum. The moment he noticed Noah's head nod, he hurled himself with his bronze metallic fist glazing forward fiercely. His target? The Argentinian captain, who noticed his attack beforehand and was currently using a tree to block Nathan's attempt. Boom! Crush! Alas, the Argentinian captain didn't expect Nathan's punch to be powerful and forceful enough to rupture the thick stem of the tree from half, and landing a straight punch in his chest. It might have lost most of its force due to the tree taking the brunt of it, but a straight punch from Nathan's metallic bronze skin, which enhanced his physical strength by at least 400 bf, was enough to make the captain groan in pain. *CK that hurts. Still clasping into his bruised area, which was sending waves of pain constantly, the Argentinian captain back-rolled with his human hands and stood back up. The instant he noticed that Nathan was rubbing his bloodied fist with a pained expression, he knew that he didn't get out of this scuffle unscratched. That was totally not worth it for you." The Argentinian captain sneered as he pointed at his exposed bruised area that was in the process of recovering its healthy tan skin. Based on the speed of the process, Nathan figured out easily that the passive, which was doing so, must be from a Tier 2 bloodline. This meant the captain was already first stage bloodliner with one passive while he was still not even in the origin purity yet. But he didn't feel worried in the slightest as he had full confidence in Noah's strength to brutalize those two and come assist him. He was just tasked with holding the captain down, not defeating him. "Oli, please heal me up," he requested while entering a boxing posture again, hopping on his place like a kangaroo. Alas, if it wasn't for the lily flower on top of his head, he would have appeared quite dashing instead of comical. But he was already numb to the feeling of embarrassment and simply enjoyed having his fist getting caressed by gentle green energy. "Not in my watch!" the Argentinian captain shouted as he charged forward in a ferocious manner. Seeing so, Nathan was left with no choice but to combat him, although his bloodied knuckles were still not healed yet. Bam! Bam! Slice! Punches, kicks, and even those bestial claws got into the action as everything those two possessed was being used to get an advantage over the other. Bruises and bloodied flesh wounds were being stacked on their bodies as those two kept going at it wildly without using any techniques. It wasn't like Nathan didn't learn any boxing techniques to facilitate his combat experience, but the Argentinian captain was fighting savagely, not bothering with defending at all. He just went full ham on Nathan, forcing him into his own pace. Nathan knew that he couldn't afford to fight him in such fast-paced combat as the wounds, which were building up underneath his metallic skin, were not healing faster than the Argentina captain. After all, Olivia's external healing would never beat recovering using one's own ability. Hence, Nathan's situation could be seen by everyone that he was losing the fight, and pretty fast. If it wasn't for his metallic skin somewhat protecting him, he would have already been done for by a single hack from those sharp claws. Upon noticing Nathan's deteriorating situation, Noah tightened his grip on the ice mace as he whipped it from the side at one of his foes, wanting to end this battle quickly and go assist him. Alas, just like before, the bloodliner smirked with an unworried expression while twisting his body from his waist. This action resulted in his upper body leaning 90 degrees backward, dodging the ice mace effortlessly. From Noah's expression, which was showing signs of irritation and impatience, it was clear that he was being played like this since the moment he started fighting those two bloodliners. "What's wrong, slowpoke? You tired yet?" The flexible man laughed in ridicule while gesturing for Noah to come at him with his finger. Alas, Noah wasn't provoked into doing so but turned around and dashed towards the other bloodliner, who was trying his best to look for an opening and ambush Noah with his dreadful drill-like arms. Seeing that Noah was coming at him, the bloodliner pointed his wooden drill at a branch on top of him and said with a smile, "Don't you learn?" As he spoke, the wooden drill unrolled on itself rapidly before extending upward and started rolling on the branch. Feeling the tightened grip, the bloodliner waved his other hand mockingly at Noah and was dragged upward. Alas, just as the flexible man wanted to laugh again, Noah did a semi-turn to build up momentum and threw the ice mace in direction of the man, who was still being dragged in the air. Whoosh! Scared shitless by the fast-approaching ice mace that could explode his head into watermelon, the man guarded his face reflexively with the remaining arm. Though he didn't have to, as the transparent shield was still active on him. Boom! Both the ice mace and the barrier exploded immediately after contact, making both the bloodliners and their Argentinian teammates sigh in relief. They completely forgot that by Noah throwing his ice mace, it was considered as an elemental projectile, and those transparent barriers were able to block only projectiles but not up-close and physical abilities. That's why they appeared transparent, like they weren't even there. However, Noah didn't look bothered in the slightest by his failure, as he knew that a teammate, who was always watching their battles, was going to take advantage of that slight opening. Poof! As he expected, a bloodish red bomb exploded immediately on the chest of the bloodliner, who lost his barrier, making him look with a dumbstruck expression at the red mist encasing him. Alas, by the time that image was sent to his brain, the poison was already inhaled by him and took effect. Thud! The instant he lost consciousness, his morphing ability withdrew back, forcing him to drop on the ground quite badly. Noah gave Felix a thumb up with his back facing him. He then dashed towards the motionless body and grabbed him by his back collar. Without a single ounce of emotion in his face, Noah lifted him in front of his face and head-butted him right in the forehead. The viewers, the Argentinian team, and even his teammates, soon started looking at him massaging his forehead speechlessly. If you can't handle head-butting someone, why do it in the first place? Chapter 269, Noah, taking matter into his own hands. However, they didn't hang into it for long as they could see that Nathan was being forced into retreating while focusing entirely on defense. Before long, his defense would crumble and those claws would ruin his face or worse, take his life away. The Argentinian captain seemed like he didn't even notice that his teammate was caught, as his bloodshot eyes were focusing only on Nathan while striking him in a frenzy. Upon seeing that sight, Noah did the unexpected as he placed the passed-out bloodliner on his shoulder and rushed towards the Argentinian captain with a new manifested ice mace in his hand. Oh no! Shivers coursed at the back of the Argentinian teammates at this sight. They foresaw an ugly outcome that wouldn't please their captain one bit. F***CK. Come back here and fight me. The flexible man yelled in worry as he chased after Noah. Too bad, he was a tad too slow as the moment Noah reached behind the Argentinian captain, he clutched the collar of the passed-out bloodliner and used him as a human shield. Then, he swung his ice mace at the back of the Argentinian captain. Whoosh! With uncanny bestial reflexes, the captain narrowly dodged the strike after hearing the sound of the wind produced by the mace. Captain, stop! The flexible man, who knew what was about to come next, screamed in his mind. Alas, the queen merely delivered his voice with her monotonous voice, removing any source of agitation. Thus, he watched in utter horrification, his captain retaliating instantly by swiping his right claw behind his back without even looking. Slice! The claw ripped the bloodliner's stomach without a single ounce of resistance, appearing like a knife passing through butter. Tsh. Buckets of blood gushed from a deep long cut, the viewers managed to notice the gross-looking guts. Some viewers even vomited on their screens in revulsion. However, the ones closest to this scene weren't affected in the slightest, as Noah merely let go of the bloodliner while putting his ice mace on top of the stunned captain's head. The bloodliner was caught in the arms of the stupefied captain. He ought to feel that way as his face was stained with the blood of his teammate and best friend. Not in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his claws would be spelling such a disaster upon his best friend, whom he spent months and months training with from a camp to another. His rationality was coming back akin to a tide, removing all of those bloodthirsty thoughts that were caused by his passive, blood frenzy. He wasn't fighting with a deranged expression and giving up on defense for no reason. It was due to this passive that forced him into that state the more wounds his claws had caused. He never bothered to stop himself from entering that state because he couldn't feel pain in it. That was always a bonus in battles. But now? He regretted unlocking such a cursed passive that robbed him of his rationality. If he were awake, he would have heard his ally's message. If he had his rationality, he would have retreated and regrouped with the flexible man instead of instantaneously counterattacking without even turning his back. So many ifs were coursing in his mind in such a short amount of time, he didn't even feel Noah's mace placed on his head. Noah simply moved his mace back and forth once, and the chillness of ice was more than enough to awaken the Argentinian captain from his stupor. After raising his head and noticing Noah's expressionless face towering over him, he knew that his life had just been spared. He wasn't stupid to not understand that Noah had more than enough time to splinter his head into fragments during his 2 seconds days. As the captain of the team, the moment he was put in this situation, surrender was the only way forward unless he was begging for an international embarrassment or death. Plus, his teammate's life wasn't completely lost as he was still worth trying to save him. Hence, the Argentinian captain shouted while carrying his teammate in his arms, "We give up. Alicia, come heal John fast." Upon hearing so, the Argentinians dashed towards their captain with a worried expression clouding their faces. "Kenny, who was standing behind the backlines waiting for the perfect opportunity to ambush the healer or the buffer, didn't know what to do anymore after seeing them getting marked with red X. Walton, who just made it in time behind them, was also left stunned. Like them, no one anticipated this twist that ended the battle just when it was getting heated. Heck, Felix was just about to pop off his fourth active ability to save Nathan since he didn't see any other solution. His poison abilities were useless against their barriers and he didn't dare to leave the girl's side, since he noticed that the Argentinian assassin was hiding quite far behind their back. Since Johnson was out of gas, Kenny leaving the team to assassinate, and Walton aiming for a flank, Felix was literally left with only Adam and the girls. Adam was already busy being the only elemental ranger in the team, and Felix didn't want to leave him the job to protect the girls as well. Yet, who would have thought that Noah didn't bother to wait for Felix's interference as he took matters into his own hands. Forget about saving Nathan, he even forced the battle to end all alone. Felix knew that Noah didn't do it by luck, but it was a planned-out move. He realized that Noah might have noticed the frenzied state of the captain and took advantage of it. After all, Noah didn't need the bloodliner to shield him from the attack as he could dodge independently. Regardless, he did so to make the captain lose focus after he sees that he had actually put his own teammate on the verge of death. By then, Noah didn't even need to voice his threat as the mace lying on top of the captain's head was more than enough to get the job done. Everything was planned out by Noah and played out perfectly, even better than what Felix had in mind. Good shit, Noah. Well done. Nice one. Felix and the rest started sending Noah messages, praising him with thumbs up. Alas, Noah didn't seem like he cared as he went to Nathan, who was beaten black and blue, and supported him to stand up. Thank you cough. Nathan said while coughing up small amounts of blood from his lips. It looked like his internal organs were damaged pretty badly as well. Upon seeing the disastrous situation Nathan was in, Olivia bolted towards him with a frantic look. The rest followed after her. Put him down on the ground. Impatient, Olivia said while plucking a petal from her lily flower. Seeing that Nathan was lying on his back, she placed the flower on his bare chest and said softly, "Restoration Cocoon." The moment she activated her peak active ability, the petal on Nathan's chest started to emit a greenish aura that kept spreading wider and wider until his entire body was encased in it. Then, the greenish aura did its wonders by entering Nathan's body in each inhale and healing his damaged internal organs from within. He kept inhaling green particles while exhaling grey ones. Yet, Olivia didn't stop just there as she activated her Lily's blessing as well, which made her heal Noah's and Nathan's flesh wounds. However, Noah swiftly unplucked the lily flower from his head since he wasn't hurt as badly as Nathan. He didn't want Olivia to waste energy on him lest she ends up exhausted while Nathan was still not fully back in shape. After seeing that Nathan's wounds were healing and his pained expression was relieved somewhat, Felix turned to the Argentinian team's direction and noticed that they were having some difficulty closing up the cut. It was too deep for their healer to close it fast and he could see that the girl was trying her best. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number *51650340231108568 for visiting. If he could see so, it meant that Olivia was also noticed it. However, since her teammates were her priority, she merely pushed the guilty feeling that was eating her heart up and focused on Nathan's treatment. Her peak ability, Restoration Cocoon, was the perfect healing ability from a lower-tiered bloodline since it could restore a man on the verge of death to peak form again. However, the energy consumption was monstrous and in her current state, she couldn't take care of two at the same time. Sorry. Olivia merely chewed on her lips while looking at the other side, trying her best to avoid the sight of John's suffering. Meanwhile, the American Steam chat didn't appear as excited and thrilled after the Argentinian team surrendered. They didn't even get to enjoy the feeling of winning or the plays happening in the battle before the atmosphere turned gloomy and tense quickly. It just didn't seem proper for the MCS to try and hype it up while there was literally a man struggling to survive. From the hints of despair written on the Argentinian captain's face, they realized that Juan was most likely not to make it in time before the extraction crew arrives. Our dearest condolences are sent to the Argentinian team and their countrymen. Kenny, go unlock the chest and try to find healing substances. Jana's saddened proclamation was interrupted by Felix's order as he pointed his finger at the dying man and said, "Give them enough to sustain him until the extraction crew makes it up here." Kenny nodded his head and rushed rapidly towards the package that was positioned tens of meters behind them. After reaching its side and opening it up, he rummaged through the boxes, which had different element logos, food logos, and such until he spotted a needle logo on it. He took the box out and rushed towards the Argentinians' team. After they saw what he was carrying, they opened the path for him to pass through and reach Alicia and Juan, who were currently surrounded by light particles. "Use this," Kenny said as he opened the box and showed her 10 needles filled with a green substance. Since there wasn't enough time to act politely, Alicia straightaway picked a needle and injected the content into John's bloodstream. She then injected 2 more near the area of the wound. Only after so did she start feeling John's shallow heartbeat stabilizing and even increase slightly. The green substance might be a cheap product and mostly used on commoners, but it was good enough to deal with John's condition temporarily if the quantity increased. After his condition had stabilized, Alicia now had the time to focus on closing the wound properly. Her teammates and the Argentinian citizen both sighed in relief at sight. They knew that John would be alright until the extraction team arrives. "Thank you for the help. Truly." The Argentinian captain went to Kenny and clutched his hand tightly with clear appreciation and relief in his eyes. Chapter 270, They Just Keep Coming. Noah might be the one who made him put his friend on the verge of death, but the Argentinian captain understood that this was a competition. And he would have done the same if he ended in Noah's situation. So he neither blamed the US team nor felt any goodwill towards them. But after receiving their timely help, his respect for them had increased tenfolds. He understood that by surrendering, his team was out of the competition. Thus, even if he knew that the package had healing substances, he wasn't allowed to get them. Hence, he was extremely grateful that the US team didn't just stand there and watch their teammate die, just to hold into those healing substances, which were extremely important in this competition. One stabilizing situation was more than enough proof. Alas, what he didn't know was that Felix had helped them not out of his kindness and goodwill but simply because he didn't want to see Olivia's guilty expression. He knew that if John ended up dead, she would blame it on herself and he didn't want to hear her moping about it for the next 6 days. Plus, his assistance was going to make him and his team get extra points from the supervisors, who were watching everything in the competition. Felix knew that getting the flag was merely a requirement that was put in the open to gaslight everyone. The real requirement for making it in the Earthlings team were the actions, behaviors, interactions, and everything a bloodliner did before getting the flag and was going to do after getting it. Those were the real hidden requirements, which weren't told to the bloodliners in order to stay true to their personality instead of faking it to fool the supervisors for points. Since Felix was aiming for the captainship of the Earthlings team, everything that he did was going to count in the final result. "Don't thank me." Kenny shrugged his shoulders while pointing at Felix, "I am just following orders." Upon hearing so, the Argentinian captain turned in direction of Felix, wanting to show him his appreciation. But he noticed that Felix was not even looking at them. Instead, he was staring at the empty woods behind him. So annoying, they just keep coming and coming. Felix scratched his chin in irritation at the sight of 10 humanoid red auras approaching them rapidly. Before, he did notice that 11 teams had made it to the fog. However, only 10 entered it and the remaining ones stood outside. Felix believed that they were going to retreat since it was pretty normal that not everyone was going to get baited inside the fog. However, it turned out that the team was merely waiting for the perfect chance to make their move. Upon noticing that they were about to arrive under 30 seconds, Felix ordered Noah to bring the package next to Nathan. As long as the cocoon was active, he shouldn't be touched in the slightest. If someone did so, the green energy would spread and turn him into a cocoon as well. That would further increase the energy consumption of Olivia. Felix preferred fighting the next battle with both Nathan and the package next to each other. Without questions asked, Noah went and lifted the silver metallic package, which was probably weighing half a ton at a bare minimum, making it seem quite easy. Thud. After Noah placed it down, Felix looked with his infrared vision at the Canadian team and the Philippines team, who were fighting quite a far distance from them. They were still moving further and further due to the Philippines team's strategy of retreating back while using elemental salvo as their main firepower. Thus, none of them knew what happened here, and the never-ending noise of the Philippines team's elemental barrage made it almost impossible for them to hear anything else. Guess it's just us. Felix sighed while looking at his teammates. Nathan was in nowhere shape to fight, Johnson was as useless as Nathan without energy. This meant, they were already down by 2 without adding the fact that everyone's energy was probably at 50% or so. They couldn't even use the energy stones to recover it even if they found some stones related to their element in the package. That's due to their low affinity rating. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number_5167230523073673679 for visiting. With Felix's 100% affinity rating, the absorption is almost instantaneous. However, for them, it will take a couple of seconds to minutes based on their affinity rating. For example, Johnson had a 48% affinity rating, which meant he would take at minimum a full minute to absorb fully just one medium-grade stone. This would at most give him an extra 5% energy. Felix didn't bother ordering them to check the package for energy stones as he could see that the 10 humanoid auras were already here. They were merely hiding 30 meters or so away from his team. Just like he saw them, the American viewers also did, and they couldn't help but curse at their screen after seeing that the England team was the one sneaking up to their team. Meanwhile, behind a medium-sized rock that growing green moss on it, Sandra was lying on her stomach while glancing from the corner of the rock at the sight of the US team gathering around Nathan, waiting for him to heal up. Just as she tried to look at her teammates, who were each hiding in a different position near him, she quivered in fright after her eye landed straight on Felix's golden triangle pupil. She gulped a mouthful as she swiftly withdrew her head back, not daring to peek again. "Sandra, what's wrong?" William asked telepathically after noticing her peculiar behavior. "I think that I have just made eye contact with the US captain," she informed him with her chest beating wildly. "That's impossible," the stout man interjected in their conversation. "We are hiding pretty skillfully and outside of even a legendary Tier 1 vision ability range." Alas, by the time his mind message was sent to everyone, he saw that Felix was walking in their direction with a wary expression. After William noticed this, he swiftly ordered them to withdraw their heads and avoid getting found. Too bad, the noise Felix kept making as he walked on burnt-down trees, cracked branches and leaves, kept resounding in their ears thunderously. Especially William, who was sensitive to sounds. Step by step, meter by meter, he was getting nearer. They didn't know what to do else besides hiding and hope that his wariness towards this place get seethed soon and leave them alone. Unfortunately, he didn't stop. "Captain, what do we do? Our ambush chance is going to get ruined," the stout man asked in agitation. "New plan." William closed his eyes, making his ash-grey eyelashes quiver slightly. He listened to the sound of Felix's footsteps carefully and soon informed, "He is 20 meters away from us. If he stepped into 10 meters, we will take him down and force out a surrender. By then, both the tracker and the package will be ours." After hearing so, his teammates' eyes brightened up as they realized that they were looking through things with tunnel vision. They planned for a while now to make their ambush as perfect as possible, which led them to forget that as long as Felix walked up to them by himself, they didn't even need to make an elaborated plan. They could just collapse on him as 10 and overpower him. In their minds, he was literally handing them a free win without putting in an effort. "Felix, where are you going?" Olivia asked out loud with a hint of worry in her tone. I think I saw something here. Felix knitted his eyebrows in wariness and shouted back, it might be just an animal. But it won't hurt to check. Although he was speaking, his feet never stopped advancing towards the rock where Sandra was hiding behind. You deserve an Oscar for this crappy act you trying to pull. Asna suddenly chuckled in his mind. Well, it's not like I can tell everyone that I saw a team hiding 30 meters from us. Felix chuckled in his mind while looking at the 10 humanoids auras crouching akin to panthers, rearing to prey on him. Let's bully them for a bit. Felix smirked faintly at the sight just when his feet finally landed on the 10 meters mark. Immediately after, Felix back-rolled instinctively, evading a water whip that emerged from the dirt and wanted to latch into his feet. Alas, that whip was merely one of the tens of abilities thrown in his direction simultaneously. Whoosh! Boom, boom! Lighting spears, icy bullets, water warehouse I.P.S, flaming weapons, and to top it all, grey sound waves in the shape of bats. Everything assaulted Felix at the same time, ending up raising a humongous cloud of dirt and dust. The viewers held their breath with their eyes widened, feeling a bit difficult to process the sight before them. Their tremulous emotions were understandable as Felix was literally bombarded with an elemental salvo without Lena's water bubble on him. Chapter 271, One-Sided Beatdown. The viewers were feeling edgy the entire time Felix was getting closer and closer to the England team. And no matter how loud they screamed at their screen for him to back off and group up with his team, nothing changed. Now? They looked with an aghast expression and hands clasped on top of their heads at the cloud of dirt rising after the successful bombardment. Felix! Olivia yelled in fright as she bolted from her position. Alas, before she moved a couple of steps forward, her back collar was latched into by Lena, stopping her in her place. Let me go. Olivia spoke with a bit of difficulty as the collar of her jacket was choking her. Calm down, Oli, he is fine. Lena sent a message with an imperturbable expression, don't forget that he still got his peak ability. Upon remembering Felix showing it to them after the gathering and how busted it was, Olivia regained her wits back and stopped struggling to escape. Instead, she looked at the cloud of dust that was settling down just like everyone in the area. Soon, the wind carried the dust away, exposing slowly a shadow that was a bit hunched down akin to an old man supported by his cane. The moment the sunlight touched the shadow, everyone was left slack-jawed at the sight of a Felix with his clothes slightly ripped apart, exposing dark green scales, which were reflecting the sunlight akin to smooth mirrors. Those dark green scales were covering his entire skin, even his face, making him resemble a humanoid serpent. Yet, that wasn't all, as his nails were transformed into long sharp dark purple claws while his fangs got longer and were protruding from his closed-shut mouth. The only resemblance that was left to the old Felix were his eyes, hair, and tail. The rest? Completely morphed. I can't believe it. Michael screamed in shock, is that ***ing semi-morphing ability? The viewers who knew what he meant all reacted in that same manner. However, the majority of the viewers were clueless about the difficulty of unlocking this ability or the implication of getting it. Michael didn't hesitate to enlighten them with an agitated voice. Semi-morphing is the best morphing ability a bloodliner could unlock in the active abilities pool. Not a single morphing ability could topple over it. Although Michael told them that it was the best morphing ability, the viewers were still having difficulty gauging how much strength it was going to provide Felix and in what manner. In Noah's case, anyone could guess what his Yeti's arms could do and could not do. However, in Felix's case, they could clearly see through his ripped-apart clothes that his entire body was affected by morphing. So how much boost did he receive exactly? This question coursed every viewer's mind while looking at Felix cracking his neck casually like he didn't just get bombarded by tens of abilities. Soon, Felix brought down his clawed hand while grinning slightly at the looks of disbelief affixed on the faces of the England team. He could see their red hearts beating out of their chest, and he had a feeling that if he wanted, their hearts would be in his hand in less than a second. However, Felix removed that thought from his mind as he used his fourth active ability to give himself an excuse for his abnormal strength. After all, he was already strong enough to beat the crap of everyone in the competition without even the need for the tremendous enhancement that he received after morphing. I guess 5% strength will do the trick. Whoosh! The moment Felix thought so, he took a step forward, then, there was no then. He disappeared from his place, leaving only the sound of wind. Careful, Sanda! Alarmed, William yelled in his mind immediately after noticing the chaotic air vibration, heading in Sandra's direction. Alas, Sandra's reflexes weren't fast enough to move instantaneously after hearing the warning. She merely managed to blink her eyes once before she felt a slight pain in the back of her neck. Then, darkness, she fainted immediately. Since she was already in a lying position, her head merely touched the dirt, unmoving like the rest of her body. Prepare your abilities, I will put him to sleep. Before the England team could start to worry about her, William sent a mind message while activating his peak ability. He extended his arm straight and watched 4 long thin strings manifesting from his shoulder to his 5 fingers. Each grey string was attached to a finger. This made it appear like he turned his arm into a violin. Thud thud, thud. 4 more dropped into the ground by the time those strings were fully connected. Throughout all of this, no one managed to spot even Felix's shadow. He was moving so fast, even first-stage bloodliners were having difficulty following his movement with their eyes. Don't even mention the commoners watching the stream. They only saw the aftermath of his speed as the branches kept snapping and leaves flying in the air akin to a whirlwind passing by. Thank God that William was a sound elementalist, since no matter how fast Felix moved, as long as he didn't surpass the speed of sound, William was able to locate his position and his direction by the air vibrations. Shit! He is aiming at me! Upon hearing the chaotic air vibration heading towards him, William knew that he didn't have a split second to overthink. Thus, he swiftly placed his fingers on the strings and started playing them with his eyes closed shut. A soothing tone immediately began to resonate in the area, resembling a lullaby tone played to put children to sleep. The England viewers and the commentators, who saw Slumber Tone in play many times before, couldn't help but sigh in relief. They knew that Felix would straightaway be put to sleep after hearing this tone, since it was apparent that he neither had his ears plugged in like the England team or had a mental shield. The best part? As long as William kept playing the tone, Felix wouldn't wake up. This was just the first tone. If it wasn't for this unique fighting style, he wouldn't have been nicknamed the Maestro of England. What in the world? Impossible. How? Too bad. Their confidence was shattered immediately after noticing that Felix had suddenly popped out 1 meter in front of William without any signs of sleepiness in his face. Heck, he was nodding his head to the beat with his arms crossed on his chest, showing an expression of enjoyment. Impossible. Why isn't he getting affected? William couldn't help but lose his gentleman composure as his expression turned quite unsightly. Even with his eyes closed shut, he could sense Felix standing right in front of him. However, he still didn't give up and stop playing. In fact, he changed the tone from soothing to a wild one, releasing visible grey sound waves from his strings. Phew! Phew! The grey sound waves passed through Felix's upper body, ripping his clothes up even more and slicing the branches behind him with a clean line. Yet, Felix, the ability's main target, wasn't even scratched. The green scales remained as gleaming as ever. You pass. Your element and abilities are quite useful for the Earthlings team. Deciding that he showed more than enough, Felix placed a hand on William's shoulder and patted him with a satisfied smile. Before William could comprehend what he meant, Felix hit him swiftly in his back neck, making his eyes roll instantly. Seeing that he was about to fall in the other direction, Felix caught him by his collar and dragged him to the dumbfounded stout man, who had just finished morphing into a clay golem. Take him and scram from my sight before I change my mind about keeping you in the competition. Felix threw William casually towards the stout man and turned around. Then, he started walking at a normal pace from within the England team's formation, utterly nonchalant to their active elemental abilities. They also didn't dare to fire at him after seeing their captain and other teammates' fate. Felix made it pretty clear by his actions that he had more than enough strength to brutalize them and send them packing home. But he showed them mercy since he wanted William to still have a chance at joining the Earthlings team. After all, sound elementalites were useful in team-based battles and the planetary games were nothing but that. Thank you. In the end, the stout man broke off his daze and nodded his head in appreciation at Felix. He then carried William and ordered his teammate to carry the rest. Felix left exactly 5 of them so they could carry the other passed out 5. He didn't straightaway aim for William as he wanted to show them first the disparity in strength so they wouldn't have any second thoughts about getting close to his team again. In addition, he already popped out his 4th active ability and he wanted to give the supervisors a tiny taste of his hidden strength. He had to do so. Otherwise, Slivia would always be considered the first candidate for the captainship of the Earthlings team. Felix had no issues giving off the captainship of the Maxwell team or even the national team. However, for the Earthlings team, that was a different story. As Felix walked step by step, the dark green scales, fangs, and even the unused claws were withdrawing back in his body. By the time he reached the package, he was back to normal, showing his trademark easygoing smile. Upon seeing him come from a 1 versus 10 without a scratch on, his teammates couldn't help but show him double thumbs up for the effort. They were pretty cool-headed about the situation as they were expecting nothing less from Felix. Especially when they already saw his semi-morphing after the gathering and tasted some of it. However, others' reactions weren't even close to that as both the American and the England viewers just kept staring at their screens in an utter stupor. They were having difficulty comprehending how one could be so fast, so strong, immune to mental abilities and elemental abilities at the same **ing time. How could others fight him? How could the England team even have a shot at taking him down? He was literally a god walking among men in this competition. How the **ck could others live after meeting him? Before, they were slightly questioning Michael's hype on the semi-morphing ability. But after this clear demonstration of bullying, find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience, please click number $51675663089846204 for visiting. They felt like he didn't hype it enough. Chapter 272, The Supervisors. Back in Berlin, on the top floor of a modern 10-story building, hundreds of supervisors sat each in front of holographic screens showing a team stream. Some streams were showing battles for the package, while some were showing teams getting extracted by helicopters. What mattered was that the entire competition was under the supervision of those people, and any slight movement was being watched, studied, and noted. In front of those supervisors, Mr. Rodriguez and the organization's vice president were standing with their hands folded behind their backs. Their attention was fully captured by a giant screen displaying the Russian team against the Chinese team. In the middle of their battle, a silver package could be seen implanted in the ground. Zhang Wei might need to walk away from this package if he can't find a method to reach Slivia. Mr. Rodriguez said solemnly. I doubt any junior in the competition is capable of touching Slivia while she is in the air. The vice president said. Indeed, those butterfly wings mutation are truly a game breaker in this competition. Sir! You have to see this. A sudden loud request interrupted their conversation. Mr. Rodriguez turned around and saw a stirred supervisor pointing his finger at his small screen. Mr. Rodriguez waved his hand as he ordered, play it on the big screen. The moment the supervisor received permission, he sent his hologram to the giant screen. Soon, the Slivia image fluttering in the air as she evaded projectiles thrown at her was replaced with the US team's image. They were shown carrying the package while walking away from the destroyed area. Only the Argentinian team and the Angola team could be seen from the stream's corner, waiting in their places for extraction. Oh! The US team has secured the package. The vice president praised, not bad. However, the supervisor didn't want to show this as he swiftly replayed the scene of Felix's battle against the England team. "Sirs, please watch and give me your personal evaluation as I can't pinpoint how many points I should reward Captain Felix after his battle," he requested with an agitated voice. "I see." Mr. Rodriguez nodded his head and ordered with his back facing the supervisor, "Play it." The supervisor immediately unpaused the replay and started watching with a thrilled expression even though he already saw the fight live. Boom, boom. The replay started right when Felix had received a direct bombardment from the England team. The sight made the two middle-aged men raise an eyebrow in surprise as they clearly saw before that Felix couldn't be healthier anymore. This made it easy to conclude that Felix had survived the bombardment. Upon seeing how deadly it was, they began to wonder about the method used to survive it. They didn't have to wait long as Felix soon emerged with dark green scales covering his body, shocking them greatly. He actually unlocked a semi-morphing ability while having a legendary bloodline. The vice president exclaimed in shock and excitement. "How strong will it be?" Before the other two could respond, the answer to the vice president was shown in high resolution as the instant Felix made a move. The battle had turned one-sided without any way for the England team to resist or fight back. Elemental abilities? Useless. Mental abilities? Also useless. And there wasn't a need to talk about physical abilities as the England team was barely capable of seeing Felix's movement. One ability had solely brought a team led by the fourth ranker in the elites list down to their knees. That's what appeared in their eyes. If only they knew that Felix was merely using 5% of his strength so as to not end up killing William and the rest with a single slap. After a couple of seconds, they saw Felix letting the England team walk away without removing them from the competition simply because of William's element. Then, he deactivated his morphing and went to group up with his teammates. The other team's supervisors swiftly lowered their heads and focused on their work after noticing that the replay was over. It was merely a few seconds long, so they didn't miss anything crucial in their team's stream. Now that's ***ing proper show of a legendary bloodline's strength. Thrilled, the vice president let out a booming laugh. His excitement was understandable as Felix being stronger only meant that the Earthlings team would have more chances of gaining victory against their peers. Barriers were always his Achilles heel since his poison can't reach inside. Even his pillar's ability was utterly useless against them. Mr. Rodriguez smiled widely for the first time, but with this semi-morphing ability, this changes everything. The vice president nodded his head in agreement while watching Felix order Kenny to send 1 box of healing substance and 1 box of food to the Canadian team. Then, he went with everyone to pick up their hidden camping bags from a marked tree. The supervisor suddenly paused the replay and asked, "Should I play the replays before?" The US team had taken care of 8 teams solo. The England team was merely the last one. Upon hearing so, the two middle-aged men each showed a sign of surprise. When they saw only a few teams were next to the package, they thought that was mostly everyone who participated in the package's battle. However, it turned out that the other teams got eliminated way earlier than the rest. But, after seeing Felix's semi-morphing ability, they didn't think that would be hard to achieve. Play them from the start. Alas, the moment they saw that Felix actually never used more than his poison bombs and that the eliminations were actually due to teamwork and synergies, they were left in astonishment and admiration. They were astonished by the team as a whole and admired Felix's leadership and conservative nature. After all, they saw that he could have morphed and gone full ham on everyone due to his heightened defenses, which made him resistant to possibly everything. Yet, he decided to save it as a last resort and let the team shine instead. In their eyes, that decision was the best to make. Since in this competition everyone was marked individually based on his performance. You see, every supervisor here was responsible for evaluating a team's performance by rewarding points or reducing them. Since every supervisor had signed a strict contract forbidding them from being biased and unfair in their evaluations, every bloodliner's total points were affected purely by his performance. Felix knew this all along. He remembered the shock it brought to the viewers and the participants when Mr. Rodriguez had revealed after the competition that the top 100 bloodliner with the most points would be chosen as a representative instead of the flag holders. Of course, getting a flag wasn't all useless as every flag was worth 100 points. This meant if a flag holder went and performed well, his position was secured in the Earthlings team. However, the same couldn't be applied for the ones who got a flag and decided to lay low or stopped bothering to put their full strength into helping their team getting their own flags as well. Those bloodliners would have their points reduced, which meant they would get surpassed by those without flags. Felix wanted to give his teammates a shot to perform and get as many points as possible. They sure shined as Johnson, Noah, and Olivia made Mr. Rodriguez and the rest nod their heads in satisfaction and appreciation for their talents. Especially Johnson. He truly shone over the rest within the fog. Before long, the scene was back to when the England team was sneaking on the US team. The supervisor paused it and said, "I believe that I have given proper points to the rest. However, for Captain Felix, I didn't dare to mark his performance. Especially after showing his peak active ability." Mr. Rodriguez extended one finger in his direction, implying that he needs a minute of silence. Looking at his closed eyes as he rested his hand on his bearded chin, no one dared to interrupt his thought process. They knew that Mr. Rodriguez already had in mind to make Slivia the captain of the Earthlings team. And no one was actually complaining since there was truly no one that could contest with her for the position. Even Felix, with his legendary bloodline, had been taken into careful consideration before. Still, he didn't change Mr. Rodriguez's favoritism at Slivia. However, after this new display, Mr. Rodriguez's belief was shaken. Felix had shown exactly that he had what Slivia possessed. Whether in planning, leadership, looking at the bigger picture, and more. He even went and showed that he was strong enough to take care of an elite team all by himself, something that no one was capable of doing in the competition. Even Slivia was far from reaching that level. This tipped the balance to Felix's favor, and everyone could see it, not just Mr. Rodriguez. The supervisor responsible for the US team didn't dare to rate Felix's performance and give it appropriate points because he believed that it would be way higher than Slivia's. It was evident to all that the president of the ESG organization was looking favorably to her. Hence, he would rather let Mr. Rodriguez mark Felix's performance personally. It wasn't against the rules to do so since Mr. Rodriguez was the organization's president and signed the same strict contract as them. After waiting for a while, Mr. Rodriguez opened his eyes and informed calmly, "Reward him 100 points for everything he had done since the instant the package had landed." Just as the vice president wanted to advise Mr. Rodriguez to increase it since it was pretty underwhelming compared to Felix's performance, he heard him carry on, and 100 more for his battle against the England team. SSSSSSSSSSS. Everyone drew a cold breath in shock at such a large amount given all at once for a single battle. They ought to feel shocked as the supervisors never rewarded more than 50 PS to a junior. He is strong enough to go against one of the best teams in the competition all by himself. Mr. Rodriguez said, "Any junior who could do the same will be rewarded with the same amount." Upon hearing so, the US team supervisor swiftly clicked on Felix's name written at the side of the screen and typed plus 200 PS. After doing so, Felix's name jumped from 19th on a list that included all of the team's bloodliners to number 1. Wanting to see how the new list looked like, Mr. Rodriguez requested in his mind, "Queen, please put the list on the side of the large screen." Rank 1, Felix Maxwell, total points, 220 PS. Rank 2, Slivia Ivanov, total points, 99 PS. Rank 3, Hina Suzuki, total points, 87 PS. Rank 4, Leo Bridges, total points, 51 PS. Rank 5, Zhang Wei, total points, 51 PS. Rank 6, Maria Oliveira, total points, 45 PS. Rank 21, Edaf Acharia, total points, 43 PS. Rank 22, Johnson Maxwell, Total points, 41 PS. Rank 23, Sophia Schmidt, total points, 31 PS. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _51723442990399755 for visiting. Rank 24, Noah Maxwell, total points, 25 PS. Rank 1987, Tom Jackson, total points, -10 PS//. The list was long enough, it included even the last bloodliners, who had minus points. This just showed the effort and time those supervisors were currently putting in to make those ranks as fair as possible. Since the competition was 7 days straight, it only meant that each team actually had 2 supervisors monitoring their actions. One at daylight and the other at night. Nothing happens in the competition that goes unnoticed inside this floor. If Slivia wants to catch up, she needs to put extra effort. The vice president said, chuckling. Catch up. Mr. Rodriguez shook his head as he looked at Felix, ordering his team to erect their tents in the same spot as yesterday. He snapped his finger and changed the image back to the Russian team against the Chinese team and said, she can't catch up in this competition, and if she is still aiming for the captainship, she could only hope that she meets with Felix and fight it out with him. That would be fun to watch. The vice president grinned slightly as he rubbed his goatee. Chapter 273, Securing the First Flag. Meanwhile back in the forest, Felix was leaning against a tree while playing with a black square-like device in his hand. The device was just a thin screen, resembling a smartphone. This was the tracker for the flags, the most important item in this competition. Felix might know that the competition was based on points in secret, but he also knew that the flags were worth something. He just didn't recall their exact worth, and Asna was too busy playing games with the J. Ramongandra to bother addressing any request of his. TI ring. After pressing on a button that was at the side, the tracker was turned on after 10 seconds delay. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number _51742039645149807 for visiting. The moment it was on, the screen was turned into a blue radar, that was scanning 1 kilometer around Felix. Oh! There is one south. Felix scratched his cheek in boredom while looking at a red dot that was blinking approximately 700 meters away from him. The 1 kilometer was split into lines, and between each line, there was a 100-meter distance. So it was pretty easy to calculate it. After noticing that there weren't any other dots besides this one, Felix turned off the tracker to save up the battery. He searched the package before and didn't find any extra batteries or a charger. Soon, he stood up and went to his teammates, who were currently cleaning up the messy camp. Although it was engulfed within the fog, some teams must have fought near it before. While the process might be cumbersome, but at least they retained this camping spot, plus they kicked out a lot of teams in the area. Currently, only the Canadian team, the Philippines team, the Malaysian team, and lastly the England team were still left somewhat near them. The rest were already extracted by helicopters immediately after the final battle was concluded. It was obvious that the supervisors waited until no more fights were happening before sending an extraction crew. Right now, Olivia and the rest were chatting with a lax attitude while cleaning, as they knew that no one in the area was going to pose a threat to them. Unless a new team had decided to venture away from their camp to come here. They're a flag 700 meters away from us. Felix informed them while shaking the tracker in his hand. Nice! Walton exclaimed in delight and carried on by asking, when are we moving? Let's move after lunch. Felix sat on a log next to a turned-off campfire and said, we are left with only 6 days, so we can't be wasting them. Kenny nodded his head and asked, are we going to stick to the plan or we should change it a bit? Everyone wondered about this as well, since the original plan which they made with George entailed that if they secured a tracker, they must cover at least 5 kilometers diameter around their camp. They must look south, north, west, and east for flags. Only after they find not a single flag should they move their camp to another zone. That's why Felix didn't want to aim for the nearest flag currently, as he wanted to carry on searching after getting it instead of just sending Kenny or Walton to bring it. Let's keep it as it is for now. Felix said casually, if we don't find a flag for each member in the next day or two, we will expand to 10 kilometers for the remaining days. What if we don't find them even then? Olivia asked with a hint of worry in her tone. She was scared of the idea that some of them would have flags and some won't. She didn't want to imagine how the team would turn like on the last day of the competition when that happened. Are they going to fight for flags? Leave Felix to decide who will take one and who won't? Or just be gracious and give away the flag to another voluntary? Every option was bound to make some upset, and she didn't want to see that. If they reached that point and Felix gave her a flag, she wouldn't hesitate to give it to another. Her guilt would eat her up if she didn't do so. Thankfully, Felix also didn't want to place himself in that position, as he was too lazy to deal with such dramatic issues. He still remembered the chaos that rose in some teams' streams due to those flags. He raised his head and looked at Olivia with a kind-hearted smile. We will simply rob others. Haha, my thoughts exactly. Johnson laughed as he said, with the tracker in our hands we can easily spot the flags in other teams' hands. Kenny shook his head. Just like we can see their flags, they can also see ours. Thus, we can never ambush other teams with trackers unless we don't carry our flags. We will think about those matters when we first fail to locate flags in the region. Felix pointed at the deer's meat that was hanged on a tree by a rope, and said, prepare lunch for now, and don't forget to use the spices from the package. After saying so, Felix stood up and dusted his rear. He went to the silver package that was placed in the middle of the camp and picked a medium-sized box that had a poison logo in it. He then went to his black tent and closed the entrance on him. Damn, he didn't spend much energy and lucked out on refilling. Johnson complained softly while looking at the cursed package that didn't have a single energy stone for his element. Well, it was pretty normal, as the package couldn't have energy stones for every element. After searching through it carefully, they found 10 medium boxes, each contained 20 medium-grade stones for a different element. Most of them were common elements like fire, water, earth, etc. Since it was common knowledge that healing abilities mostly originated from plant element and light element, those energy stones were in abundance as well. However, for elements like darkness and fog, it was all depended on luck to find them. In the package, they found stones only for Olivia, Felix, Lena, Walton, Lexi, and Nathan. The rest were left to use the emergency energy stones which they were allowed to bring with them. The amount allowed was barely enough to refill 50% of their energy. There was no way that was enough to sustain them for 7 days straight. Alas, Johnson could only whine about it softly while heading to his tent to use those backup stones. 1 hour later, the team had seated their hunger and filled their energy tank with as much energy their capital allowed to. Currently, they were preparing to kick off their search for flags by putting only the necessary items in their backpacks. Since they were going to search for hours and hours, there was no way they would be leaving behind someone to protect the camp or carry everything at once with them. Thankfully, they already took care of most teams near them, thus there was a pretty low chance that their camp would be found out. All set? Felix asked. After receiving a confirmation, he took off in direction of the red dot while followed by the rest in a defensive formation. The girls were placed in the middle of the pack while Kenny and Walton were walking hundreds of meters ahead of them, acting as scouts. Since 700 meters wasn't really that far, they managed to reach their destination in a couple of minutes by jogging. Felix brought the tracker from his backpack and turned it on. Beep. 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 Immediately after the screen brightened up, the tracker started making sounds like a metal detector. The beeps weren't rushed, which meant that the flag was around, but they weren't that close to it yet. On the radar, Felix could see that they were standing exactly on the red dot. Split up and search this area thoroughly, the flag is just around the corner. He ordered while inspecting the trees, branches, leaves, and anything that met his penetrative eyesight. He never stopped walking as he was doing so. Before long, Felix managed to spot a piece of yellow cloth hanged between leaves, making it almost impossible to notice it if it wasn't for his enhanced eyesight and the tracker making those rushed beeping sounds while near it. Found it! He sent a mental message while jumping upward, clasping into the flag in the first attempt. After landing, he started inspecting the flag, which appeared the same as the one Mr. Rodriguez showed them in the gathering. A triangle-like piece of cloth that had a QR code in the center of it plus a tiny electronic chip. Felix avoided the chip at all costs since if he somehow destroyed it intentionally, the Queen wouldn't hesitate to rat on him to the supervisor. By then, the supervisor would have no choice but to disqualify him due to breaking the rules. The moment a team gets a flag, it becomes their responsibility to protect it at all cost. If somehow the flag was ruined in the fights, the holder wouldn't receive any punishment, but he wouldn't be considered as a flag holder anymore. Damn, did they really have to make the color yellow? Johnson complained the moment he saw the flag in Felix's hand. You should feel glad it wasn't green. Felix folded the flag and placed it in his backpack. Let's carry on searching, we got 9 more to cover. No one made a sound at the fact that Felix kept the flag to himself instead of giving it to one of them. It was already decided that Felix would be holding all of the collected flags until the last day of the competition. For a simple reason actually, who the F***ck could get them from him. Chapter 274, 3 days left. After 6 hours of being on the move and covering more than 12 kilometers in circular pathing, the tracker had finally shown Felix a new red dot that was at the tip of the blue radar. Felix informed the rest about the discovery, managing to enliven them again. The constant negative search results in the hours had brought down. They realized that even with the tracker it was going to be extremely difficult to find all of the required flags in the next 5 days. Today was pretty much over and they still had only 1 flag. After a while, the team reached the destination and split up again for a search. Shortly after, Lexi managed to find the flag hidden between 2 moss-covered rocks. Thankfully, the glaring flag color to the environment made it easier for her to spot it even when the withdrawing sunlight wasn't helping much. Alright, that should be it for today, Felix said while looking at the sun that was about to set off. They started the search pretty late, so it was only natural to end it early. In a short while, they made it back to the camp without trouble. After all, they might have walked for more than 10 kilometers, but they never went outside the 5-kilometer region. They were merely walking around the camp and making sure to place marks in their path in case they got lost. After noticing that the camp was the same as they left it, Felix turned on his infrared vision to limit and did quick scouting. Soon, he noticed that only wild animals were on his scope. Tomorrow we will head in a different direction at first light. Felix turned off his infrared vision and sat on his usual spot. If we don't manage to get at least 4 more flags in the next 2 days, we will straight away start hunting the teams with the most flags. Doing so was actually 100 times better than searching for ones by themselves. Since the teams with the trackers would have at most gotten 2 flags or 3 in those 3 days combined. The more days passed by, the higher the chances of finding a team with multiple flags. However, since Felix wasn't the only one who thought like this, the team should be expecting ambushes on their way and heavy resistance from the targeted teams. Even worse, a complete avoidance. Are we going to hide our flags before making a move? Adam suggested, I think it's better if we dug them deep underground so even if someone with a tracker knew the location, he wouldn't be able of finding it. Felix didn't even need to respond as Kenny rejected the notion firmly. If we dug them both in one place, it will be quite obvious that they are deep in the ground. If we dug them in different locations, we wouldn't have the time to come back and start looking for them one after the other. Lena went on and shared her own opinion about the matter. It's too risky to put flags away from us as the tracker could get damaged in battles or the battery run out. When that happens, we can forget about getting them back. Sci, your points are all valid, but how are we going to ambush other teams when the flags are going to give us away? Adam said while smiling wryly. Upon hearing so, everyone went quiet as each was trying their best to find out a solution. After a couple of seconds, Olivia tilted her head in confusion as she asked, "Why do we need to ambush them?" She pointed her finger at Felix, who was yawning in boredom, and said, "With Felix's strength, can't we just overpower them?" The moment the rest heard so, their thought process was stopped on its rail. They looked at Olivia's genuine confusion and suddenly felt like they were overthinking everything. Olivia was right. They had Felix, who clearly demonstrated that he was strong enough to deal with teams all by himself. So why the f***ck did they need to ambush anyone? They could literally just swagger into the team's camps and take their flags forcefully without worrying about a single thing. With Felix's overpower strength, any sophisticated plan wasn't necessary in the slightest. Took them long enough to figure it out. Felix yawned one last time before standing up. Prepare dinner and try to sleep early. He then went deep into the woods to take care of his bowels. However, before doing so he gave out a signal to the supervisor so he could put the drone's focus elsewhere. After all, they needed privacy for such matters. It seemed like a few viewers were disappointed by the sight as they were expressing their frustrations in the chat. F***ing perverts. Jana cursed them in her mind while expressing her views with Michael about the bold plan of the US team. Or in this case, having no plan at all? 3 days before the competition's end, 40 packages had been dropped all over the competition zone, making every team get a shot at obtaining the tracker. Of course, not a single team had decided to chicken out on fighting for one even when the odds were placed against them. The eyes of their countrymen and the expectations placed on their shoulders made it almost impossible to sleep in their tents peacefully when they had not a single flag in their possession. This resulted in a war raging for every package and flag that was in sight. Those who succeeded in getting a tracker straight away started hunting flags without giving a damn about rest or having a fixed camp. Meanwhile, those who failed to get it but still remained in the competition had it the hardest. After all, they neither managed to get emergency energy stones nor the tracker. Being in that condition made it almost impossible for them to be competitive and get flags. Since the moment they meet a team, only elimination awaited them. However, those kinds of hopeless teams still ventured outside of their camps, deciding to try and find the flags by mere eyesight as last resort. After all, they had nothing else to lose. At least, they could show their country that they were trying their best. Felix and the rest had met with a few of those teams during their journey of locating the flags. Since they were pretty useless in the competition, Felix didn't bother to waste energy on dealing with them. Plus, their time was already tight and they were still missing 7 flags. That's right, they managed to locate only 1 flag in the past 2 days even when they had expanded their search perimeter to 10 kilometers. By now, they already gave up on manually trying to find them and hoped on meeting up with other teams with trackers to rob them. So far, they have been on the move for straight 9 hours, traveling in a straight line up north without stop. They had no intentions of going back to their camping spot. Inside the hotel's suite, where Felix and the rest stayed in before, Sarah, Isabella, Dale, and George were currently watching the stream together. Amelia didn't bother to hang out with the team after the gathering. They are really unlucky. Sarah sighed in frustration at the sight of Felix and the rest stop for a quick break. It's not luck which is affecting their chances of meeting with flag holders. It's the wariness of the captains with trackers. George shook his head as he clarified, they are not stupid to remain in their place after seeing our team advancing in their direction in such confident manner while carrying 3 flags. He looked at Sarah and reminded her, did you forget what I advised you guys to do after securing 5 flags? Sarah thought for a second before exclaiming, you said that we must avoid other teams at all cost and just focus on protecting our flags until the competition ends. George nodded his head and said, that's right. I believed that with our team's strength, securing 5 flags should be an optimal goal. On the other hand, other teams must have gotten orders to play it safe after getting merely 2 flags or even 1. Dale interjected in shock, doesn't that mean our team had absolutely no way of reaching them? He understood that when both teams had trackers active, they could spot each other from a kilometer. This signified that Felix and the rest had no way of approaching other teams, who were satisfied with only a flag or two. For those teams, I doubt it. But George added another hologram that was showing the stream of the Brazilian team and said, if they kept moving forward, they will soon meet up with the Brazilian team, and there was absolutely no way that Maria is going to order a retreat. He smirked, her team has only 3 flags as well and she is as desperate as our team for more. Looking at the Brazilian team treading south with clear frustration written in the faces, Sarah giggled while covering her mouth. She knew that the moment their tracker picked up the 3 flags in Felix's possession they wouldn't hesitate to storm them off. This exactly what she wanted to see. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience, please click number _51760088456681733 for visiting. 5 minutes later. Let's carry on moving. Felix took a small sip from a bottle of water and stood back up again. He placed the bottle at the side pocket of the backpack and turned on the tracker. While the majority of the teams were forced to keep it turned on to avoid getting ambushed, Felix used it only on the move. Thus, he was quite startled when he saw 3 red dots advancing rapidly in their direction. Only 700 meters was between them and it kept shrinking quickly. Speechless, Felix showed the tracker to his teammates and said, 3 at once, who prayed during our break. Just as Johnson wanted to exclaim in delight, he got glared on by everyone at once. Tisk, I can't be jinxing this as well. He clicked his tongue in irritation at their overreaction. All right, we don't have time to waste. Felix removed his backpack and threw it on top of the tree. The rest did the same as they couldn't be fighting with backpacks holding them back. Plus, flags needed to be kept away from battles. Let's go. We will meet up with them midway. Felix ordered as he dashed forward with his infrared vision, showing him the approaching 10 humanoid auras. He knew that it was better to stay put and try to counter-ambush, but he didn't want the battle to be anywhere near his backpacks. Plan? Kenny asked while sprinting next to him. Formation B. Felix smiled faintly, I will be the main frontliner this time. Chapter 275, Against the Brazilian Team. Upon hearing so, Noah and Nathan nodded their heads and withdrew back into the formation, making Felix be the head of it. This time, they would be guarding the girls. Meanwhile, Kenny and Walton split up from the team. One went upward and the other entered his stealth. Johnson wasn't planning on going anywhere as he couldn't afford to waste his energy on needless fog spewing. After a minute or so, Felix noticed Maria and her teammates from hundreds of meters away without even the need for his infrared vision. He could clearly see their agitation and alarmed expressions as they sprinted in his direction. He guessed that they were alarmed by the fact that the red dots in their tracker weren't moving in the slightest. Obviously, Felix left the flags in his backpack since the battle wasn't going to take long and he didn't notice any other bloodliners in the area beside the Brazilian team. Let's get this over with. Felix thought to himself as he activated his morphing ability while turning mid-sprint. This time there wasn't any cloud of dust to hide Felix's transformation. Thus, the viewers reveled in seeing Felix's facial skin turning dark green while 2 fangs started growing out of his upper lips. Since he was fully clothed they only managed to see his face beginning to crack into multiple lines connecting into each other in exquisite square-like formations. The moment this process ended, Felix lifted his head to check on Walton and the sunlight couldn't help but reflect on his face. Walton, don't let them see you. Felix said calmly. All right. Walton slowed down his speed and lowered the height of his upsurge down to 10 meters. However, what both of them didn't expect was that a member of the Brazilian team had already spotted Walton with his eagle-like eyes and informed Maria about it. The second she received the info, she smiled playfully as she waved her hands in every direction, projecting streams of pinkish mist in the area. Upon seeing so, her teammates didn't need her orders to know what they needed to do. They swiftly split up into 3 groups. The first one activated their morphing abilities and stood at the back. The second group went next to Maria and buffed her surprisingly with 2 shields. One was spherical and milky white and the other was a red skin-tightened barrier that flew with the curves of her body. The rest of the team stood in front of the morphed bloodliners while having elemental abilities active and ready to fire. Their formation couldn't get any weirder as Maria and the buffers were actually standing at the front while the frontliners at the back. Michael, who was watching the Brazilian stream, was left befuddled by their formation. Even his Walton team's formation from the national tournament wasn't this bold to place the captain and the buffers in a frontline position. However, after hearing the Brazilian commentator explain the reason for the formation to the newcomers' viewers, Michael couldn't help but gasp out loud at how terrifying it was. It turned out the pinkish energy was her active ability enchantment field, which was still in the process of spreading. When it covers tens of meters around her, pink flowers would materialize and start to emit invisible mental waves. Those waves would make straight males who were affected by them to be enchanted by Maria's beauty and the other 2 girls, who were standing next to her. So far, this trap worked 100% on all the males Maria had met with. The only weaknesses it had were its ineffectiveness on anyone, who wasn't sex.u.a.lly attracted to females, and mental barriers. After Michael received this information, he swiftly switched to the American stream and relayed as much as he could while looking at the pinkish fog that was being absorbed by every tree, rock, pebble, and leaf. Nothing was spared from being contaminated by it. However, Maria soon snapped her finger and made the pinkish fog disappear as she didn't want to alarm the newcomers. This made the forest appear exactly like before, untouched or tainted. Which unlucky prey has that many flags? She mused while tapping her finger slowly on her elbow, waiting patiently for Felix and the rest to arrive. Since the distance left between them wasn't that far, Maria managed to spot Felix sprinting towards her while being followed tightly by his teammates. Upon seeing his dreadful morphed appearance, her gut feeling screamed at her to back off as fast as possible. However, she merely took deep breaths to remove those feelings and focused on Felix and the rest, who stood exactly 40 meters away from her team. Looking at her pinkish fog that had just covered 25 meters, she knew that it was game over for them. If they waited, the fog will reach them eventually. If they stepped forward? That exactly what was hoping for. The only worry she had was their retreat after seeing her team formation. Just like she was sizing them up, they also started inspecting her and the weird formation her team had. Who was responsible for scouting the Brazilian team's members in the preparation camp? Adam asked while popping off his molten rocks above his head. It was on me. Lixie raised her hand and said, I only remember their captain's abilities, and she showed only 2 active abilities in the Brazilian tournament. One is called Enchantment Field and the other Elusive Suggestion. Lexi soon carried on by explaining at a faster pace each ability's effect and how it was applied by Maria to her advantage. After hearing her out, they realized that the enchantment field was already laid out and probably spreading in their direction without their knowledge. However, just as they wanted to take a step back, they saw Felix moving forward indifferently. They didn't know if his semi-morphing ability was going to provide the required resistance to her ability. But from Felix's confident approach they assumed that it was highly likely. They didn't dare to move with him since most of the team were males and the girls were mostly for support. They didn't have a mental barrier. Thus, Lena merely placed a water bubble on him and they left him to handle the situation. Captain Felix. Abruptly, Maria placed her palms on her cheeks as she exclaimed with a cheerful smile, "Is that a morphing ability? You look quite dashing. Can't be saying the same for you." Felix chuckled as he focused on her pale face, which had its makeup completely gone after spending this many days in the forest. FSSSS. Does he have to be a f***d.i.c.k every time he speaks? Maria might have been cursing in her mind, but on the outside, she was giggling while waving her hand at Felix. "How can you say that when you are that far?" She gestured with her finger for him to approach while smiling charmingly. "Come closer to get a better look." I will take you on that offer. Felix smiled faintly as he continued to walk towards her. 35m, 32m, 26m. Gotcha. Maria smirked in glee at the sight of pinkish waves bypassing the barrier and assaulting Felix's head. Yet, instead of freezing with a dazed expression as he should, Felix merely kept marching forward without a single change of expression. However, Maria wasn't showing any signs of worry since she believed that for a strong bloodliner like Felix, he needed few more seconds for the effect to take root. However, seconds went by and nothing much changed but the distance that was being bridged slowly. Maria was beginning to feel like something was off, but she was still trusting in her ability that never failed her before. It's normal that he needed even more seconds than the rest. He is a legendary bloodliner after all. She reached a solid conclusion that was quite logical. But did it change anything? Nope. Felix's steps weren't slowed for even a second, and by the time he made it to 10 meters, Maria was starting to lose her composure. Impossible. She didn't know why was her ability failing her, and she had no intentions to remain in her position until she figures it out. Felix was getting too close, and without her enchantment field, she was as useless as a healer without a team. Alas, just as she blinked her eyes, she found Felix merely an inch next to her face. Her heart skipped a beat in fright at such sudden assault. Not in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Felix's speed was monstrous to the point he could bridge 10 meters in a single blink of an eye. She wasn't the only one shocked, as her teammates' hidden confident smirks were frozen stiffly as they kept watching Felix lay his hand on Maria's chin before turning her head left and right. Dumbfounded and somewhat scared, Maria didn't move as she let him do as he pleased. But Felix had no dirty motives. He simply examined her face before lying out his verdict nonchalantly: "You need to take care of your skin more often." Regaining her wits back, Maria touched her cheek and said with an embarrassed expression, "I will take Brother Felix's suggestion to heart." While she was saying so, the orders she was sending to her teammates were nothing but brutal: "We need a distraction to retreat. Bombard both of us with elemental abilities." The plan might sound crazy, but her teammates didn't hesitate to fire their abilities as they knew that her 2 shields were enough to protect her. Whoosh, whoosh. Bored, Felix glanced at the upcoming salvo and placed his hand on Maria's shoulder. That's all it took for Maria's plans of escaping using the salvo to evaporate into thin air. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number *51768664969508492 for visiting. She felt like she was being implanted into the ground, not able to even lean backward or forward. Before a new fear set in, the salvo had arrived. Boom boom. All 4 of them weren't spared from being showered by those elemental abilities. The only difference was that after the dust settled, the 2 supports had withdrawn back to their teammates while having both of their shields utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, Felix and Maria didn't budge from their places. "I guess you don't appreciate my advice." Felix brushed some dirt from Maria's shoulder like a caring person, but the words coming out of his lips were nothing but that: "If you don't want a beat down, give me the flags and your tracker." Although Felix had removed his hand from her shoulder, Maria didn't dare to attempt an escape as she could see that Felix was done joking with her after the salvo. She didn't want to test his patience lest he smashes her into a tree. The sight of his undamaged dark green scales was enough to let her realize that his strength was too abnormal. However, she still didn't plan to give up yet as she requested pitifully, "If I give them to you, can we please leave? I promise we won't cross paths again." Felix looked at her fake tearful eyes and smiled warmly. "You have only 2 choices: hand them over by your own will and voice your surrender, or I will take them from your backpack and beat you up after. You have 3 seconds to consider," Felix said before starting to count for real, sending shivers coursing at Maria's spine. The instant she heard him say 1, she cursed him loudly as she voiced her surrender to the Queen. Looking at her getting marked by a red X, Felix extended his hand forward and waited for her to open up her backpack and give him what he wanted. After she placed them on his hand, she huffed in irritation while cursing him under her breath. What af asterisk prick, I wish you get robbed by Sly Ivia's team. Unbothered, Felix turned around and walked back to his teammates while withdrawing his morphing ability. While the American viewers were cheering on him for such a clean win, the Brazilian viewers were losing it in the chat. They were spamming curses and insults at him, forcing their team to get eliminated while still taking their tracker and flags away. It was clear that they weren't pleased by Felix's decision, unlike the England viewers. Well, Felix had nothing against Brazil. He simply eliminated Maria because he didn't like her personality one bit. She somewhat resembled Isna and he didn't want another one hanging around him. Asen flipped a middle finger at the sky after hearing him curse her indirectly with those thoughts.